to right in the right lane. The westbound Adams Tollway. There's some road work at Roselle Road as well, in addition to the ongoing stuff. But there are no tollway delays. No delays to report on I-80 or in Northwest Indiana. Traffic is a service of the city of Chicago and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. Call 855-RPRT2S4. If you see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management and Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the latest with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A humid day with clouds and sun along with a shower or thunderstorm around with a high 84. Then a partly cloudy and humid night with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 69. Sun and some clouds for tomorrow. Another humid day with a high 89 and a low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
At 5:08, it's time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort, and time to check.
We're going to be relentless.
2 at O'Hare.
This redirected the entire focus of this investigation for about 5 hours.
Your next news update is at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Art House Gallery. Call 800-926-0700 or go online at arthousegallerychicago.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Here is your pledge.
Under whose authority are you not issuing
Under God's authority. I simply told you all I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Big show planned for your Big Fun Friday. Good morning, everyone. I'm Amy Jacobson in for Dan Proft, and in for me is Bruce Wolf. Thank you so much for coming in for a second day of torture.
Thank you for having me.
Actually, it's exciting times. We have a lot of news to get to today. A lot of things are happening. Hillary Clinton's aide, who set up her server, is going to be pleading the fifth.
Yeah.
Also, bigger news than that, Donald Trump's Sarah Palin moment. He had a...
I call it an Abbott and Costello moment with Hugh
really?
Hewitt. Well, because it's Kurds, Kuds.
And
Who's
Hezbollah.
on first? Hezbollah, Hamas.
Yeah. You say Hamas, I say Hamas.
Hummus.
Doesn't know the difference between that. Yeah. And that was our brother in sound, Hugh Hewitt, who made some news last night by interviewing Donald Trump on foreign policy. Must hear audio. Of course, that Kentucky clerk is waking up in jail this morning. That was shocking. I didn't think it'd get that aggressive so soon. And
why isn't President Obama in jail?
He
violated the Constitution.
We'll get to that at
Why isn't
5:35.
Jerry Brown in jail for not defending Proposition 8, which was voted in by the voters of California? And he was the Attorney General, and he didn't defend it in court. Okay.
312-642-5600. But we are going to start with a story that I was so upset over this last night that I couldn't sleep because I worked my sources throughout the day about the Fox Lake death investigation or murder investigation. I'm not sure what we're calling it, into Officer Joe Glenowich. Now, late last night, the police came forward, investigators from the Lake County Crime Task Force Unit, and now changed their story. Not change their story, but, sometimes it's a fluid situation when shootings happen and people are running on adrenaline. And at first they told us that officer was shot, fatally shot in a swampy area, and that his gun was taken, his safety belt was gone, and his pepper spray. Well, yesterday they came forward and said that they recovered a gun from the scene. But they're not telling us whose gun it was and where the gun was in position with his body. And they're not telling us if the bullet from that gun, his own gun, was used in the shooting. Now, I know from my source that ballistic tests are back, but they're not telling
Can I ask
the
you a question?
public why and what the details are. I know there's a reason for it. There's still an ongoing investigation, but this, this makes me think that something else might have happened.
Well, let me ask you this, and you've covered these things more than I have, and even though I used to watch Columbo a lot on NBC. But here's the thing. Let's say, he's going after, the narrative is that he's going after these, two white guys and a black guy. And there's a struggle, and he gets shot. Do any of the, whoever shot him, do they have time to put like gloves on or wipe fingerprints off and things like that?
Because we do know that the gun has been taken to the Illinois State Crime Lab. The gun that was found at the scene, where in position to his body, we don't know where, but has been taken to the Illinois State Crime Lab, and it's being dusted for prints as we speak. But listen to this his last radio transmission, Officer G.I. Joe, what we're calling him, when he sees two white males and an African-American male walking down a dirt road behind a closed concrete plant in a wooded area. And just listen. So at first she said, do you need a second unit? He said no. And then she said, do you need a second unit? And he goes, yeah, sure. Why not? And normally you don't get out of your car and pursue on a foot chase unless you have backup with you. That's what I learned from my law enforcement friends yesterday, that you don't go into the swampy wooded area by yourself. And for what? Because they were just
and
it
by
was
the way,
suspicious because it was two white guys and a black guy at
how long would it-
7:30 in the morning walking down a gravel road in Fox Lake.
how long would it take for the backup to get there?
Oh, it took them the whole incident from what time that first radio call was made till when it was over, when they found him. The whole ordeal was 17 minutes. But backup arrived within 5 minutes, but he was in a swampy area. He was off the gravel road.
But I mean, he knew that he would have backup in 5 minutes, and he couldn't wait 5 minutes.
No, and it's not as if they were carrying a large TV screen. I mean, it wasn't. There
and
was
they're
no
in a swampy
obvious
area, and they're not going to be able. They're going to be able to find them. And why would he take the risk like that?
I don't know. Here is Commander George.
You're raising a lot of
Malenko.
suspicions right now.
I am, aren't I?
The gentleman who came over to look at my video.
I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. It could come out to be, yes, an identifiable source of somebody we need to speak to.
And that is in reference to a home security camera video that was turned over yesterday. They were very excited about this new clue, this possible lead. They asked homeowners, if you have any security camera video, just even if it's a slight, if you see a speck, something on it, we might be able to identify who that is.
Where is the home? Do they
So
know?
it's in a nearby neighborhood, which I don't know how nearby anything is in Fox Lake,
Right.
but it was in a neighborhood, and it was turned over by a third party yesterday because the homeowner didn't want to do it. The homeowner gave the video to somebody else to turn over to police, and they're taking it to Homeland Security because they don't have the equipment here to enhance it, to see if there are 3 male subjects walking around Fox Lake at 7:52 in the morning.
All right, you've raised, like a couple of things which don't seem to be consistent. Okay, I mean, one is this home surveillance video, which would tend to, we could make the reasonable inference that you're going to have see suspects on it. The other thing that you were just talking about to start the show makes it seem like there are no suspects.
Well, I am trying not to sound.
Why don't we
what's
be?
the right word?
Why don't
I'm
we?
trying not to sound insensitive, and
Well,
I'm trying not to
he-
sound.
here's the
because I
problem.
know what police officers put their lives on the line every day, but this doesn't make sense to
Okay,
me.
here's the thing. I'm really big. I always thought that the way to succeed in the conservative radio in this town would be to just localize what Rush Limbaugh did. Okay, which was to take on the drive-by media. And
That's low-hanging fruit, by the way.
Okay, but nobody really does it because those are the channels 2, 5, 7, 9, and 32 are the ones that a lot of people get their news from. And what they get, and I happen to be watching Channel 5, and I used to work there and used to work there much longer than I did. There's a certain sentimentality that you get on these shows, and I can understand it. It's human nature, but a reporter will stand back and say, let's take it one fact at a time here, and we don't know. And let's assemble the facts, and let's not assume anything.
Yeah, but in journalism school, they always say, don't tell them what you don't know.
No, don't tell them.
Here's what I'm going to tell you, what I know. We had a woman on yesterday who owns a store in Fox Lake.
Right.
And she said they might be locals, they might be gangbangers. I think that I have a pretty good authority on gangbangers. They're not up and about at 7:30 in the morning. That's when they're sleeping. That's when gangbangers go to bed and take their little nappy naps. They're not out on the streets.
They're vampires.
Well, I mean, they can be.
I get it. No, I look.
I'm just saying there might be more to the story.
Look,
it's Fox Lake.
Can I compare and contrast? Yeah, when I saw Mike Tobin of Fox News cover this nationally, he took the very professional approach, and he's very stoic and he's not the warm, sensitive, gushy kind. But he said, and he had the people talking about the officer in the community. And it's fine to have the people in the community say he was wonderful and he was G.I. Joe and he was in the Explorers Club and all those things. That's great. But then you get like somebody that I adore, like from Channel 5, Marion Brooks, who comes on. And I saw her and she is like gushing this sentimentality about the guy. And I get it, but we got to stand back because we don't have the facts. We don't really know what happened here. When I first saw it,
the facts are changing now.
Well,
because for the police to come out and say his gun's gone, his safety belt's gone, pepper spray's gone, and now they're saying, well, a gun was recovered.
They're also calling it a
scene.
death, and they're not calling it a murder.
Yes, listen. Thank you.
We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death.
And I pointed that out to you earlier this morning because I always hear keywords, not his murder. But again, this is
I was going to attribute it to you, Amy.
But listen once again.
We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death.
Okay. And I don't want to jump to conclusions now either, but just let's lay out the facts. All I'm saying is when I first saw it, and I mean, things percolate in your head and you don't want to say things like, okay, he's G.I. Joe. He's got, the buzz cut or whatever. He's gung-ho. He was going to be retiring. Who knows what's going on in this whole thing? And you don't assume things. First of all, I thought, how do we know that there wasn't a struggle with, and that, he,
well,
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say he was the aggressor.
We'll get to that in a second, but an autopsy will reveal if there's defense bruising on his arms, and we'll have that coming back next.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Also coming up, precious time lost, the story behind the woman's lie that impeded the hunt for the cop killer. But first, here's your forecast.
Today, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorms. It's going to be warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low of 69. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 89. Low tomorrow night, 71. Sunday, it's going to be hot and humid with some sun, high at 91. Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. Now it's time for a check of traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Bruce. Good morning. Good morning, Amy. Well, traffic's not too sticky at all right now. It's pretty light on the expressways. No real delays to report. Bishop Ford outbound at Sibley, there was a crash. A car in the ditch. No lanes are blocked. No delays there. Got a collision in Oakbrook Terrace and Roosevelt at Euclid. That's west of 83. A lot of weekend events around the city. You got the Cubs home this afternoon. There's a half marathon downtown Sunday morning. There are concerts and all kinds of things. We'll keep you posted here throughout the weekend on AM 560. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
This is Amy Jacobson, and I want to thank all the AM 560 listeners who have purchased thousands of My Pillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I can't live without mine. I even take it on vacations. It's American made, and when it gets dirty, just throw it in the washer and dryer. No need to take it to an expensive dry cleaner. So don't wait any longer. My Pillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, My Pillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the My Pillow buy one, get one free offer, visit mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at mypillow.com. Promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Okay, we're receiving even more new information about the weapon found near Officer Glenowich on Tuesday. So yesterday afternoon, the head of the Major Crimes Task Force, the commander in Lake County, said that the weapon belonged to the lieutenant, but then by Thursday night, last night, before the 10 o'clock newscast, he backtracked and said that they had recovered a weapon but would not confirm its ownership. Nor will they tell us where the weapon was in position to the lieutenant's body. If it was near him, if it was hundreds of yards away, where it was in that swamp area.
Why would murderers leave a weapon?
I don't know. And if this was an ambush situation, why would they lead him allegedly into a swamp, ambush him, shoot him with his own weapon, leave the weapon, and then take off? None of this is adding up. And who's up at 7:30 in the morning on a hot Tuesday, two whites and an African-American in Fox Lake, town of 10,000 walking around?
I'm not familiar with the structure of gangs and the like. Are there mixed races in gangs?
Well, not in Chicago. I mean, I have the Gangster Disciples North Ashland, which are Hispanic, and then you have the Gangster Disciples South, which is African-American.
I'm strictly Crips and Bloods.
Oh, yeah, and
so
your hood, yes.
Right.
But, I mean, no, I don't see them mixing up.
Could there have been a drug deal going on between blacks and whites?
I don't know. But we do know they say that they are making significant progress because of this homeowner's surveillance camera tape, their security camera tape that they handed over that's now in the hands of Homeland Security.
Well, homeowner security would tend to buttress the view that there were other people involved in this.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
Also, too, let's not make false claims, right? Especially if you're Kristen Kiefer.
Oh, yeah.
She's the 30-year-old Vernon Hills nanny who wanted to get love and attention and to be coddled by her family that she nannies for. So she made up this elaborate lie. Well, it turns out she said that she was in Volo and that a white male and a black male not only approached her car, but tried to get into her car. And then when she wouldn't let him in and she allegedly screamed, they ran into cornfields. Of course, that was all a lie. It was made up, but it cost police precious time in searching for these three suspects.
This redirected the entire focus of this investigation for about 5 hours.
5 hours.
So
there were 11 canines, 3 helicopters, and hundreds of police officers. So what happened to her is yesterday she was charged with filing a false police report, and she was being held on a $100,000 bond. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she posted, 10% of it so that she could get out.
Where'd she get the dough? Anyway, here's the thing. my first thought then is, oh, she knows the suspects, and so she led the police in a wild goose chase. But then my second question is are there actual suspects?
Mm-hmm. Let's go quickly to Jerry, who joins us from the north side. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Bruce. I'm doing well. Thank you for taking my call. Amy, you brought up a good point with the fact that things may not be making too much sense now about this ordeal. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that this police officer may have made a false report that he saw these three guys walking around, and there may be some underlying situation here? Maybe there's some...
Well, what I was able to find out, thanks, Jerry, for the call, is that he had a meeting with the police chief on Monday about his retirement, and he did not want to retire.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with special guest Bruce Wolf, that Kentucky court clerk, well, she's waking up in jail this morning. Where does religious freedom end and the law of the land begin? We'll take your calls, 312-642-5600. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
70 degrees, clear skies. Starting today, all but one of the deputy court clerks in Rowan County, Kentucky, will issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, they say. The announcement comes after a federal judge ordered County Clerk Kim Davis jailed yesterday for refusing to issue licenses to some gay couples because of her religious beliefs. Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump says, yes, he will sign that pledge, promising to endorse the party's eventual nominee. In fact, he says he already has.
The best way for the Republicans to win is if I win the nomination and go directly against whoever they happen to put up. And for that reason, I have signed the pledge.
The real estate tycoon making the announcement yesterday after meetings with top Republicans. Tom Brady's lawyer says the New England Patriots quarterback is looking forward to getting back on the field now that his Deflategate suspension has been thrown out. Jeffrey Kessler says Brady is happy to get back on the field with the team.
Tom is just delighted to be back on the field. From the beginning, he frankly has been a victim in all of this. And all he has wanted to do is get back to focus on his team.
The NFL will appeal that ruling. Several are injured, one critically this morning. It happened in a machete attack near the University of Arkansas. Witnesses say they saw someone running into the street near the campus with a cut on his neck, asking for help. A suspect this morning has been taken into custody. Oil prices are down 1.5%. Investors taking a wait-and-see attitude ahead of today's August jobs report. Home surveillance video a homeowner turned in and over to investigators may help in the hunt for 3 men suspected in the murder and death of veteran police officer Joe Glinowitz. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force Commander George Felinko said the video
it's been tolerated, and that's really what's the most annoying thing, because we fought and fought, and we have the right. Everybody has the right. And then
11 have
this
died,
is still
14
allowed.
others wounded in separate shootings.
This drives me nuts.
In
She's
Chicago
been married
in a
4 times.
36-hour period
Nice.
beginning
Another
late
Donald Trump.
Tuesday night. One of the victims, now an 11-year-old.
They should talk
Antoine
about marriage.
Price.
Do you think she should have been
Bruce
thrown in
Rauner
jail?
Appoints a new commander.
You know,
of the
it's
Illinois Air National
it's
Guard.
harsh
Brigadier General
penalties
Ronald
for something
Paul
that's not
serve as an assistant adjutant general upon the retirement
mortally
of Major General
hurting
William
anybody.
Covetto
It's hard for
of
me
Hillsborough.
to understand, but
White Sox
there
over
has to
Minnesota
be some
6-4.
consequences that people
NFL
have to be
preseason,
made
Bears over the Browns,
person that's the example.
24-0. WNBA.
Now, I do believe that religious freedom has suffered a major
The
blow
news is
today.
a service of Cabela's
A
and
major
Cabela's
blow.
Fall Great Outdoor Days going on now.
There is
Spend
absolutely
$150
nothing
and get $25
to
in
hold
Cabela's
back
bucks. Good towards your
homosexuals
next purchase.
and
So for details, and
gay
don't miss the
marriage
biggest sale and event of the
from
season
coming
going
now
on
next
Cabela's.
into Casey County
5:33 and a check
and
of
to
traffic
Whitley
and
County.
weather on the way next on AM 560.
I believe we should be at war. They wake up every morning and then they go to war and they take away.
She's been ordered to stay there until she's willing to change her mind, until she's willing to change her conscience about what that belief is.
Under whose authority are you not issuing license?
I simply told you all, I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
We don't have consequences.
Plain
I
and
don't believe
simple.
in
Not everyone
Not everybody believes what you
That's your
believe.
choice.
See store for details. Hurry into a Cabela's.
If you can't do your job, resign.
We believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real,
Today we come to stand for God and support our county
unscripted
clerk.
conversation.
I think it's absurd to put someone in jail for exercising their religious liberty.
From the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had one episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning. So just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
5:35 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Ryan, traffic is slow from the Stevenson into the Burns Circle in downtown Chicago. It's 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound fine at 15. From Bishop Ford, little tight Cottage Grove to the merge, just a 1 or 2 minute delay. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, all delay free. Same goes for the Stevenson for now. I-57 is looking good, so is Lakeshore Drive. Eastbound Adams Tollway at Roselle Road. 2 right lanes are closed there till 6 this morning. That's in addition to all the ongoing work on the Adams Tollway. There's no real significant delay. Other tollways are clear. No delays to report on I-80 or Northwest Indiana. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, including Southwest, Delta, United American, U.S. Airways, Alaska, Frontier, OneJet, and Air Canada. Milwaukee is the O'Hare alternative. Visit flymke.com today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Funny, the airports are busy this morning. I wonder why. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get you meteorologist Kevin Snyder's forecast. Clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm around. Warm and humid. High 84, partly cloudy, warm and humid overnight, low 69, and tomorrow warm and humid, high 89. 72 at O'Hare, 70 along the lakefront. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy, and with our special guest Bruce Wolf this morning on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fox River Periodontics, Chicagoland specialist with dental implants. To get your smile back, visit implantsforme.com.
Kentucky woman, she gets to know you.
I'm going to send her a pound cake today with a shank inside of it. Maybe she can get herself out. Of course, we're talking about that Kentucky County Clerk, Kim Davis, who is waking up in jail this morning. And even my heart sank a little bit when I heard yesterday that the judge held her in contempt of court and threw her in jail. Here is her attorney.
She's been ordered to stay there until she's willing to change her mind, until she's willing to change her conscience about what that belief is.
And she's willing to put up a fight. I mean, the judge offered to release her if she promised, Bruce Wolf, not to interfere with the license process. If she
for same-sex marriages.
Yeah, for same-sex marriages. And it was quite the show outside the courthouse. Both people for her and against her came in full droves. Yes, they were shouting. And we had people on her side. Here is a friend of Kim Davis's.
Now, I do believe that religious freedom has suffered a major blow today. A major blow. There is absolutely nothing to hold back homosexuals and gay marriage from coming next into Casey County and to Whitley County.
You know what bothers me? For people on my side, the homophobic bigot side. We fight by the Marcus of Queensberry rules. They bring a gun to a knife fight. We roll up a copy of the Constitution and try and swat them with it. And if she's going to be in jail, I want Jerry Brown, from when he was the Attorney General of California and refused to defend Proposition 8, which had been voted in by the voters of California, which banned same-sex marriage. He refused to defend that in court. I want him jailed retroactively, and I want him to be he can have the top bunk with her.
He can have the top bunk, and who would have the bottom bunk? President Obama? That's what Ted Cruz came out and said that yesterday. But that's the question, though. Where does religious freedom end and the law of the land begin? 312-642-5600. You can also text us on our turnkey.pro text line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Because I'm torn on this one. I thought, she took an oath to uphold the law as a county clerk. She's a politician. And she was told by the U.S. Supreme Court a few times now that she has to issue same-sex licenses.
Carly,
it's that simple. And she said no, she's answering to a different God, the law of God, and she became an apostolic Christian when her mother-in-law recently died. So she has recently accepted Jesus into her heart, and she's said that God is telling her what to do. She's not following the land of the law, but she's following the law of the Lord.
And the High Sparrow, Anthony Kennedy, is following the old gods and the new gods. When he came up with his decision that wasn't based on the Constitution to allow same-sex marriage. Carly Fiorina yesterday tweeted, Lois Lerner is on administrative leave and getting paid, and this woman is in jail.
Yep.
Go figure.
Well, people, people drove from all over the country to support Kim Davis.
Today we come to stand for God and support our county clerk.
I mean, it was a madhouse. Did you get to see any of the coverage? Reporters were fighting their way through protesters who were just really, this is a hot button issue.
If you can't do your job, resign.
And that's the thing. And that's what I agree with. If you can't do your job because your God tells you can't do it, then I'm sorry, you have to resign. And it hurts me to say that. And I'm in great pain that she's in jail this morning.
I think we touched on this yesterday a little bit. One of the guys on our side, Charles Murray, the civil libertarian, the author of The Bell Curve, and he's the guy who said that liberals should preach what they practice, about marriage and things like that. He's come out with a book about civil disobedience, saying that the Leviathan, the government, the bureaucracy, big corporate, big America, big government, big media, they're controlling us so much, but they don't have the enforcement powers that we should just not obey the law here and there so that we can get around the bureaucratic red tape.
Because pick and choose.
Because that's what will strangle us. Now, she's a public official. Like I say.
She's making $80,000 a year to issue marriage licenses, and she has not given out about 8 or 9 of them because she refuses to. And these are not agitators that come in to try and just apply. They're people who live in the county who want a license from their county.
All right, I'll make you a deal. I'll trade. If we're going to have to obey the law, let's get rid of the sanctuary cities right now because they have done a de facto secession from the United States of America.
Let's stick on this topic.
Well, but we get to pick and choose.
Okay.
What we're going to enforce. And the president of the United States said, let's see, I always forget. I think he said 37 times, if you want your insurance, you could keep it. And 22 times he said that I can't use my executive authority to implement the changes in immigration law that I want to do. And then he winds up doing it. So, it's all who has the clout. We've got 11 or 12 million people in this country who through sheer force of numbers, because Jeb Bush stands there with his little South Park glasses on and say, you can't do that. And, I hablo español. And because through so in other words, if we have enough county clerks out there, then we'll say, well, we can't fight that. It's too many county clerks to fight.
To stay in jail or to resign, 312-642-5600. To Tom, we go in Schaumburg. Good morning, Tom.
People want to blame anybody for this situation. They ought to blame Republicans like McCain and Lindsey Graham and other left-wing Republicans that voted to confirm people like Sotomayor and Elena Kagan. They didn't need to put these people on the bench, but they did, didn't they? So you reap what you sow when you vote for, idiots.
All right, thanks, Tom. Let's go to Larry now, who joins us from the Loop. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning. It's very clear that government officials should not use their personal religious beliefs to deny government services to public that they disagree with based upon religion. You could take this one step further to say, should building inspectors deny building permits to gay couples who are married because they want to build a house together, a life together? I mean, you just can't have government officials using their personal religious beliefs to deny services to the public.
You're absolutely right about that. And
Thanks,
Larry,
Larry,
should the High Sparrow, Anthony Kennedy, have imposed his newfound religious beliefs on the United States of America, not basing any of his opinion on constitutional authority?
No, opinion should be based upon constitutional authority, and I understand the decision and the controversy that led to gay marriage. But that decision has been made, and, would you feel the same way if this was a Jewish clerk of the court who is denying wedding licenses to Christian couples? I mean, it's very simple.
They'd be held in contempt of court. They'd be thrown out of that office, too.
Larry, you're very persuasive.
Exactly. They should be consistent. And I understand the controversy here, but the controversy of gay marriage is a separate issue. Then should government officials use their personal religious beliefs to deny public services?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. No. She should have issued the license. She should have. Or
Thanks,
resigned.
Larry.
Thank you, Larry.
Let's go to Jason in Franklin Park, who has a question for one Bruce Wolf. Good morning, Jason. What's your question?
Hi, Jason.
Hi, Bruce. Would you support her religious freedom or her religious right of refusal if she wanted to follow Sharia law?
No, if you just heard me with Larry, I mean,
I know. I'm trying to. My thunder. Thank you very much.
Okay. No. Jason, I'm trying. But here's the problem. I mean, we've gotten to the point of these are fundamental things. I mean, I think America's going to a hell in a handbasket. 5 minutes ago, there was no such thing as gay marriage, and now there is, and it is a very, very difficult situation.
Society evolves, time changes. That's why there's amendments to the Constitution.
Society, every mutation. People tend to think that evolution is all good. There are bad mutations too. And, and people regress. I mean, the 20th century was the story of the cult of the personality and the rise of Hitler. Okay, I just broke Godwin's law. I mentioned Hitler. Thank you, Jason.
More of your phone calls coming up next.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
312-642-5600. Should Kim Davis stay in jail or should she simply resign? Your call's coming up. But first, here's your forecast.
Today, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm. It's going to be warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Low of 69. Tomorrow, warm, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 89. Low tomorrow night, 71. Sunday, hot and humid Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. Now it's time for a check of traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Bruce. Good morning. Good morning, Amy. Inbound Ryan, it's slow from the Stevenson to the Burns Circle downtown. About 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound, there's some road work approaching the Split, but no delays outbound. Inbound Stevenson, a little heavy now approaching Kedzie. I-57, Bishop Ford, you have brief delays approaching the merge. Everything else looks good so far. Checking the flight boards at the airports, we're not seeing much in the way of significant delays, but allow extra time, it'll be busy. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
AM 560, The Answer.
Kentucky County Clerk Kim Davis waking up in jail this morning after a judge said, "Will you issue same-sex marriage license?" And she said, "Absolutely not." And they played this audio in court.
Under whose authority are you not issuing licenses?
I simply told you all I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
We don't have consequences.
Plain and
I don't believe
simple.
in
Not everyone believes
Not everybody
the way
believes
you
what you
believe.
believe.
That's your choice.
Kim Davis breaking down in tears yesterday when the judge released his ruling and she was carted off to a prison cell. Here's her attorney.
She's been ordered to stay there until she's willing to change her mind, until she's willing to change her conscience about what that belief is.
And the judge said, I will release you if you promise not to interfere with the licenses that were being offered. Go back to your job, but you cannot interfere. You cannot stop. Because 5 assistant deputies are going to be offering same-sex marriage licenses beginning today, except for her son, Nathan. He's one of the 5. And the judge said that's okay.
So Judge Pontius Pilate said, "Kim, are you the king of the Jews?"
Stop it. The judge said Nathan Davis won't be punished as long as others complied around him. So thank you for that impersonation. To the phones we go. Here's Teresa in South Elgin. Good morning, Teresa.
Good morning. I think Kim did the right thing, and I would have done the same thing, because when a nation turns away from God, it's a fallen nation. Political, moral, and economic decay are the causes of the fall of nations. And we are obliged, when I say we, I say Christians, we are obliged to disregard unjust and immoral laws. And I don't care what and you know the law was not correct. The Supreme Court is not supreme, and they are not infallible, and they made the wrong decision. And I don't care how many ceremonies they have. These gay people are never going to be married. There's no such thing. Marriage is only between a male and a female.
Teresa, this is why I am for Trump.
Okay. Well, how does
Even
Trump
though
stand on gay marriage? Because
it doesn't even matter.
Twice. No, it does matter.
No. Here's the thing.
Let's go to Kevin, who's in Libertyville.
He's
He's been on the
upsetting
line.
everything.
Kevin, what do you have to say?
Good morning, guys. Hey, when the Supreme Court announcement came out, I told my wife, I said, that's the end of religion. She goes, what are you talking about? I said, that's the end of religion. I said, they've equated homosexuality as a race, like with black people. So, and it just started. So if you think it's going to be, how long do you think it's going to take for a homosexual to go into a church and say, you know what, I want to be a priest? And they're going to say, well, no, you can't be a priest because you're homosexual. You're a homosexual. And, they'll say, no, you have to.
No, you know what's going to happen, Kevin? They're going to lose, the churches and the synagogues are going to lose their tax-exempt status.
Well,
that's what's going to kill them.
That's exactly where I was going. I was going to say, okay, so then they'll sue and say they're not letting me, be a priest. They're not letting me be, whatever I want to be with this religion. And so they're going to say, okay, so it's not equal protection under the law. You're going to lose your tax-exempt status. There goes the church. There goes religion. And it's just starting. I mean,
all right, thanks,
this
Kevin.
woman, anyway.
All right,
thanks.
thanks, Kevin,
you,
for the phone call. Let's go to Ann from Northside. Good morning, Ann. How are you?
Oh, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Yes, I was thinking that there's rabbinical court, there's Sharia court. Where do we have a religious court? It should be in a religious court, not in federal law. And, President Obama, he rules by his will. He rules the power of the will. And we don't follow his will. We have Lord's Prayer. It says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. We don't
thank
follow
you,
his
Ann.
will.
Turnkey.pro text line is blowing up here. This one, I like this one from 708 area code. Amy, you're letting them distract you from the real issue. There is no constitutional basis for gay marriage. None. Another one, tell me where the Constitution defends the right to gay marriage. Well,
the Supreme Court said so.
The Supreme Court said so. It's not in the Constitution, but the Supreme Court. It's the law of the land. And if she doesn't like her job, I'm sorry, she needs to resign.
If you can't do your job, resign.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention Offer Radio 50, 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Opportunity Project, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Sometimes you just want a burger and a beer. You want to go to a place you love, where the food is still made by hand and brought to your table with a side of great customer service. You want to go where the beer is cold and the bartender will remember your beverage of choice the next time you walk in the door. No franchise food here, just comfort food like bowls of homemade chili, soups, and huge juicy burgers made from fresh, locally sourced beef. You know you want to go there right now, and the door is open waiting for you. It's Nick's Tavern in historic downtown Lamont. Nick's Tavern has been hosting generations of patrons since 1945, and now they want you to discover why men and women alike order a burger before they even order a beer, and why a cozy local tavern will make you feel like you're at home. That's Nick's Tavern at 221 Main Street in downtown Lamont. Open 7 days a week. Visit nickstavernlamont.net for hours and menu. Nick's Tavern is a proud sponsor of Feed the Children.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, it was his Sarah Palin moment. Donald Trump stumbles through his foreign policy interview with our own Hugh Hewitt. Hear it here next. But first, let's go back into the newsroom to Mike Scott.
Amy and Bruce, here are the stories we're following. Investigators looking at video. It may be evidence in a police officer's killing. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A father's grief has captured the world's attention.
Those two boys, they were in his arm. He said he tried all his power. Please, don't die.
That's Abdullah Kurdi's sister. The image of his drowned 3-year-old son has captured the world's attention. Kurdi's wife and other son also died when their boat capsized, drawing even more attention to Europe's migrant crisis. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in London.
Dave, that picture has spread around the world on social media as record numbers of refugees and other migrants try to escape the Middle East.
This is clearly the biggest challenge facing countries across Europe today.
British Prime Minister David Cameron saying the UK is to take in thousands more Syrian refugees. Meanwhile, on the front line of the crisis, a standoff between Syrian refugees and police in Hungary. The refugees refusing to enter a migrant processing centre. At a separate centre in Hungary, reports of riot police now forming a perimeter after 300 migrants broke out. Dave.
Simon, in Kentucky,
they have illegally put my wife in jail.
Kim Davis's husband Joe wants the governor's help. She was taken into custody for refusing judges' orders to let gay couples get married, citing her religious beliefs.
Today, 5 of Davis's 6 deputy clerks will be issuing marriage licenses, although some of them have said they are reluctant to do so.
Kara Kirtley with Fox affiliate WDRB outside the office. Democrats who want Joe Biden to run for president will keep waiting. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Speculation has been growing for months over whether the vice president will challenge Hillary Clinton for the Democratic presidential nomination. It's only been a few months since the Biden family lost Beau Biden. Speaking at an Atlanta synagogue yesterday, Biden said he didn't know whether his family or himself had the emotional energy to run.
I can't look you straight in the eye and say now, I know I can do that.
The clock is ticking on his decision. The first Democratic presidential debate set for October 13th. Dave.
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
71 degrees in Chicago, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A woman is dead, a man in critical condition Following a rollover crash on Lakeshore Drive, police say the accident happened late last night near Sheridan Road. Home surveillance video of a homeowner has been turned over to investigators in the help that may help, they say, in the hunt for 3 men suspected in the murder of a veteran Fox Lake police officer. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force Commander George Filinko called the video significant in the investigation into the death of Police Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz. A Lake County judge set bail at $100,000 for the woman accused of misdirecting police in their search for the 3 suspected cop killers. 30-year-old Kristen Kiefer of Vernon Hills apparently made up the story about 2 men trying to get into her car, then running into a field near Volo. Chicago Public School officials say they will open an arts-focused school in a neighborhood once slated for closure. CPS is planning on reopening Diet High School following pressure from protesters on a hunger strike. CPS Chief Executive Forrest Claypool.
Diet High School will be an open enrollment neighborhood high school opening in the fall of 2016 with an arts focus and an adjacent technology hub.
Mayor Rahm Emanuel, though, says he has no choice but to propose $500 million in property taxes as part of next year's budget, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Mayor Emanuel says years of financial buck passing combined with pending payments to police and fire pension funds have left the city in a deep hole, and expected help from Springfield has been tied up in the budget impasse. Emanuel says he believes aldermen will support his plan to end the city's downward financial spiral.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
Emanuel's tax hike would add $500 to the annual property tax bill of a $250,000 home. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports. White Sox over Minnesota 6-4 thanks to a J.B. Shuck pinch hit triple. Bears blank Cleveland in their final NFL preseason contest, 24-0. David Fales with a couple of touchdown scores. WNBA was the Sky over New York, 82-60. The news, a service of Boys and Girls Clubs of America, 3 p.m. School's out for America's kids. When school's out, clubs are in. It's time to support Boys and Girls Clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. And a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
6:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the very latest this morning with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. So far, traffic is lighter than usual on the expressways and tollways. The Edens, Kennedy, delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim. Stevenson, just a little heavy between Pulaski and Kedzie, but it's lighter than normal. Inbound Ryan, got about a 4 or 5 minute delay from the Stevenson into downtown Chicago. Outbound work has cleared approaching the split. I-57, just a little heavy approaching the merge. Bishop Ford, it's now just a 1 or 2 minute delay from Cottage Grove to the Ryan. The tollways are delay-free. No delays to report on I-80 or Northwest Indiana. Looking at the flight boards at O'Hare and Midway, almost everything is on schedule right now. A lot of weekend events in Chicago, including Taste of Bologna in Jefferson Park. And the Cubs are home this afternoon. Northwestern and Notre Dame home football games tomorrow. So a lot going on. For now, it's light. Traffic service of Cabela's. Cabela's full great outdoor days are going on now. Spend $150, get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season, going on now at Cabela's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the latest on a warm and sticky holiday weekend forecast. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Warm and humid today with intervals of clouds and sunshine, along with a shower or thunderstorm around. High of 84. A shower or thunderstorm in the area tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and humid, low 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 72 at O'Hare, 70 along the lakefront. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Special guest Bruce Wolf sitting in now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Persistent questions over Hillary Clinton's emails will go unanswered by the former aide who helped set up her server. He's decided to take the fifth before Congress, even as a longtime Clinton advisor testified today.
Here is your pledge.
Under whose authority are you not issuing license?
I simply told you all I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
We don't have consequences.
Plain and simple.
Not everybody believes what you believe.
That's your choice.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good Friday morning and welcome back to the Dan and Amy Show with special guest host Bruce Wolf, who's filling in for Dan, who's taken a few days off. And the big news this morning, well, we have a lot of it, but this hour we're going to focus on the Donald, the Trumpster, who, as you just heard in our open, took the pledge yesterday to not run as a third-party candidate.
Here is your pledge.
Thank you. Now we can all sleep better. He's pledged.
Did he do it in Spanish?
Yeah, no, he didn't. Very good, Bruce Wolf. No, he did it in English. But the big story this morning is his interview late last night with our very own, our brother in sound, Hugh Hewitt. He asked him questions about foreign policy, about foreign leaders, about foreign dictators, and your good buddy, everybody's good friend, Donald Trump, their candidate, fell flat on his face. I call it his Sarah Palin moment.
Are you familiar with General Soleimani?
Yes. Go ahead. Give me a little. Go ahead. Tell me.
He runs the Quds forces.
Yes. Okay. Right.
Do you expect
and I
his
think the
behavior?
Kurds, by the way, have been horribly mistreated by us.
No, not the Kurds. The Quds forces, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Quds forces, the bad guys.
Right.
Do you expect his behavior to change as a result?
Kurds.
No. Kurds.
I'm sorry. I thought you said Kurds because I think the Kurds have been very poorly treated by us here. Go ahead.
Agreed.
312-642-5600 is our number. Was that a gotcha moment?
Yeah.
Or was that a Sarah Palin moment?
No, here's the thing. First of all, and I love Trump, and I'm going to defend him.
Yeah, I know you
and
are.
I want to get
and
Hugh Hewitt on the blower here. Here's the thing.
Trump.
When he asked, are you familiar with General Soleimani? And he says, go ahead, give me a little. He wanted a little information on who he was. And so at that point, Trump doesn't know who Soleimani is.
It's General Soleimani.
Yeah, whatever.
And he's in charge.
I remember when he was a corporal.
Let's teach people this. He's in charge of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
The Quds. The Quds, not the Kurds. This was an Abbott and Costello routine. Who's on first? Uma, Oprah, Oprah, Uma. I'll remind you that the President of the United States referred to the Marine Corps at one point. Mm-hmm. Nobody made a big deal about it. But there's no question Trump doesn't know who this is. Because Soleimani would, if he knew who the Quds or the Quds were, he wouldn't have said Kurds when he heard Soleimani. He didn't know what Hewitt was talking about. But I say big deal.
God, you're giving him a big deal. We just signed an Iranian nuclear deal. We're going to.
You know what?
President Obama has his 34th senator in line. It's a done deal.
You know what Hugh Hewitt reminds me of? He reminds me of somebody, Kyle Schwarber, the Cubs would come up to the plate and hit a home run, and he would say to Kyle Schwarber, did you know that Gabby Hartnett hit a homer in the Gloman here in 1938 or something? Oh, you don't know that? You know, the pointy-headed intellectuals can talk all they want and can feel that their knowledge is important. Trump knows how to lead. He certainly knows how to get attention. And so we'll have to educate him.
I don't need another experiment in the White House.
He's not an experiment.
Yes, he is.
No,
he's never served public office.
Neither did Bruce Rauner, and he just pantsed Mike Madigan.
Bruce Rauner, you cannot compare Bruce Rauner.
Why not? Bruce Rauner had
Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a showman. Donald Trump is all about me and marketing himself and his brand.
And they're both billionaires. Okay. And Bruce Rauner had no political experience.
This solidifies my argument that Donald Trump is not ready to become president. He has no clue about foreign leaders, about foreign dictators. He's not brushed up on foreign policy. The interview continues.
Last question, I want to go back to the beginning, because I really do disagree with you on the gotcha question thing, Donald Trump. At the debate, I may bring up Nasrallah being with Hezbollah and al-Julani being with al-Nusra and al-Masri being with Hamas. Do you think if I ask people to talk about those three things and the differerences, that's a gotcha question?
Yes, I do. I totally do. I think
that's interesting. I just disagree with it. I kind of figured that.
I think it's ridiculous. I'm a delegator. I find great people. I find absolutely great people, and I'll find them in our armed services, and I find absolutely great people. And now, in the bigger picture, like the fact that the Kurds are being treated so poorly, and really is the one group that really would be out there fighting for us, I think, and fighting for themselves, maybe more importantly to them. I understand that, but when you start throwing around names of people and where they live, and give me their address, I think it's ridiculous.
He never asked for it. All right, so you think this is an I got you moment. I think this is his Sarah Palin moment because he is not ready to become president. Trump supporters, I'd love to hear from you.
And I'm
312-642-5600.
I'm one of them. I mean, for the moment, I'm using my leverage against Marco Rubio or whoever. But here's the thing. Remember the Saturday Night Live routine with Will Ferrell when he does George Bush? Because Bush had trouble with names of people. So he has George Bush showing that he can pronounce the names of all these foreign leaders, especially from the Middle East. And it's just hysterical because, you can tell that in his eyes he's saying, do I have this? And then he nails it. Look, it's all well and good. And there's a lot of things that Trump needs to be educated on. David Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, for example, so that he becomes a free trader and doesn't become the latest incarnation of Pat Buchanan. As far as tariffs go, there's a lot of things that he needs to be educated on. But he is a leader. And, the fact that he didn't provide the stencil to outline the letters TRUMP to put on Trump Tower is something that I don't need. He hires people to do that kind of thing.
No, I do believe he will surround himself with the best people possible so that he doesn't look like an idiot. But for me, he's a real estate developer, Bruce, and a brand manager who has never worked in government and has relatively little experience dealing with foreign governments.
You want to know, David Halberstam wrote a book years ago called The Best and the Brightest. Your Robert McNamara's, your Harvard intellectuals. William didn't know how to run the Vietnam War. Our patron saint, William F. Buckley Jr., hallowed be thy name, said once that he would rather have the first 20 people in the Boston Telephone book rule the country than the faculty of Harvard. So
I've heard those words come out of somebody else's mouth who sits in this chair.
Yes.
All right, before we take your call, it gets worse because then he has some Cuds and Kurds, Hezbollah and Hamas.
Last question. So the difference between Hezbollah and Hamas does not matter to you yet, but it will.
It will when it's appropriate. I will know more about it than you know, and believe me, it won't take me long.
And he's right about that. Because this guy knows how to operate stuff. Okay. Look, Donald Trump is upsetting the whole thing. When you're at a debate like this, and it's a game show moment, Rick Perry couldn't come up with the name of the third cabinet department that he wanted to get rid of. That disqualifies him because we look at politics as like a game show. Well, this isn't a $20,000 pyramid.
It is a sport.
Well, and you know what? And Trump's changing the rules of the game right now, and he's done that. And when Megyn Kelly starts asking him about some alleged slur he made against some woman, I turn it back on Megyn Kelly and say, why isn't Greta Van Susteren sitting here? Because she's got a permanent Elvis sneer affixed to her face, and Roger Ailes has to have a babe like you sitting in here, honey child?
They wanted to make news. The question, real quick, on an ancillary issue, the question that Megyn Kelly asked Donald Trump, I did think should have been further back in the debate. I would like to hear about more pressing issues.
Like immigration?
And well, not only that, but foreign policy. And he had his chance last night with Hugh Hewitt, and he fell flat on his face.
He doesn't know it, so what?
312-642-5600. Does anybody agree with me? Here's Jay in Lowell, Indiana. Good morning, Jay.
Hello. No, Amy, I don't agree with you. You know what? Barack Obama running for office didn't even know how many states we had in this country, and we're going to get on Donald Trump about something so many miles away. He'll learn it. He's a very intelligent man. He may not know now, but he'll know when it comes time, like he said.
Jay,
Barack Obama didn't even know how many states we had in this country.
He said because he thought Kenya was a country.
Uh-huh. All right, let's go to, thanks, Jay. Let's go to Raz. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, who joins us from the west side of Chicago. Good morning.
Good morning. At this point, I don't know who to vote for. Donald Trump is really almost no worse than anybody else. And then the registrar, I know this is jumping tracks. I don't know how we can pick and choose laws to arrest people for it. Immigrants can come here illegally, but you want to put this lady in jail because she doesn't want to sign a piece of paper. That's my comment.
What, are you the one Republican in the 29th Ward?
I'm about to become one because the Democrats are not helping me and the Republicans aren't either. So what difference does it really make at this point?
You know, I can tell accents. I'm saying you're like Roosevelt and Harding. Where are you?
Fullerton and Pulaski.
Where in Pulaski? Where?
Fullerton and Pulaski.
Fullerton and Pulaski. Okay, a little bit different.
Hey, Rez, thanks for
My father
listening.
used to have a hardware store on 3905 West 16th Street. Yeah.
Okay, I hope he didn't offend you. We love you. Thanks
I
for
love
listening,
Roz.
Roz. All right, let's go to Scott now, who joins us from the west side of Chicago. Good morning, Scott.
Hi, Amy and Bruce. Bruce, it's good to hear you on the radio again. Trump, so early in the campaign, and if any of these other candidates were asked about foreign dignitaries and leaders, they might not have the correct answer either.
Scott, can I ask you a question?
It's so early. They haven't surrounded themselves with people that know these things yet. And Trump will surround himself with people. Trump is a leader. He's a billionaire. He knows how to get things
Scott,
done.
let me ask you a question. You remember the 2000 debates? Gore and Bush? Remember that?
Yeah.
How many times was Al-Qaeda mentioned during the 2000 debates?
I don't know that.
I think it was zero.
Well, because we didn't know about Al-Qaeda
Oh, what do you
yet.
mean we didn't know? It wasn't even an issue. We did know about Al-Qaeda. Bill
Well,
Clinton.
the
I mean,
mainstream-
but it was nothing. It was not even an issue. The issue in the 2000 debate was Social Security lockboxes. Lockboxes.
Right. These are not questions that should be asked yet at this point, and they were trying to set him up for the gotcha moment, like Amy. But I don't think it's going to have any effect at all.
All right, thanks, Scott. Well, coming up next, Trump signs the pledge and me molesten un hombre de abro jib.
We're almost out of time, so I will instead ask each candidate to sum up in a single word the best argument for his candidacy. Governor Bush?
Strategery.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Gearing up for a 3-day weekend. What's the weather going to be like, Bruce?
Well, today it's going to be clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm. Warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Low of 69. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 89. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, high of 91. And Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. And now a check of traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Bruce and Amy. Good morning. Southwest side got a crash at 26th and Pulaski. Motorcycle involved. Well, the intersection is open. Edens, Kennedy, delay-free still. Eisenhower. Inbound, little slow around Mannheim. Now between 17th and Harlem, then there's a delay. It's 31 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30, heavy approaching Des Plaines Avenue. Inbound Stevenson has just a 3-minute delay, central to Kedzie. The Ryan, just a 4-minute delay from the Stevenson into the Loop. Bishop Ford, about a 4-minute delay approaching the Ryan. Tollways are good. Northwest Indiana is clear. In general, so far, it's much lighter than usual as far as traffic goes. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
Your audiovisual experience is one that's supposed to be enjoyable. If your home or office lacks the big-time performance you really need, it's time to be shocked with options from Sound Design. Sound Design has the technical background to build it all. They know the value of seeing a project through to the end, and Sound Design will stick with you until you're satisfied, even post-job. Home theaters, office video, and sound design. Sure, you can go order equipment from a big box store, but then what? Yikes. Sound Design knows they set the industry standard. This is a company that will take a potential new customer to a current customer space to show off their handiwork. That's why people rave about audio and visual solutions from Sound Design. Be sure to get a demo of the Bang & Olufsen speakers, where sophisticated, sleek design meets amazing sound and function. You can visit sounddesigninc.com, but if you really want expert answers to your questions, call 630-548-7000. That's 630-548-7000. Sound Design, where quality service and installation makes the difference.
AM 560, The Answer.
So he finally did it. He wouldn't commit, but then yesterday he committed on paper that he will be loyal to the Republican Party. Donald Trump taking the RNC pledge.
Here is your pledge.
Oh, and he's not going to back down or tear up that little piece of paper.
I see no circumstances under which I would tear up that pledge.
Mm-hmm. But the pledge is just that. It's a non-binding contract that he could rip up, and there's no ramifications.
No, he's a man of
for
his
it.
word, unlike Mayor de Blasio of New York, who wanted to examine the contracts that had been entered into with Donald Trump in New York because de Blasio didn't like Trump's stance on immigration.
Well, the pledge says this. I, blank, blank, I, Donald Trump, affirm that if I do not win the 2016 Republican nomination for president, I will endorse the 2016 Republican president nominee, blah, blah, blah. I further pledge that I will not seek to run as an independent or write-in candidate, nor will I seek or accept the nomination for president of any other party. Do you believe him?
Yeah.
This is just smoking. This man is so inconsistent. He changes.
Has he lied before?
He changes his opinion with the wind. Well,
Changing your opinion is one thing. Is he a liar?
I don't know if he's a liar, but I don't trust him. He's
Now,
inconsistent.
Kevin Williamson of National Review.
He's got knee-jerk reactions.
This
Yes.
is what I love about Twitter. I can actually talk to the heirs of William F. Buckley. Kevin Williamson of National Review. He said, Trump didn't keep his vows to the first Mrs. Trump, the second Mrs. Trump, the third Mrs. Trump. So this shows that he breaks his promises. And then I told Kevin Williamson, Rush Limbaugh has been married 4 times, too. He says Rush Limbaugh is not running for president. I say, hey, Trump is like my apprentice. Okay, he worked for me. I don't know work for him. We're going to put him on a short leash.
Hey, you know what they all three have in common? Limbaugh, Trump, and our Kentucky court clerk. They've all been married 4 times. Let's go to Kevin in Northfield, who says I'm way off base. Good morning, Kevin.
You are way, way off base. Bruce, it's great to hear your pipes again. You're 100% right, Bruce. Amy's 1,000% wrong.
Yes.
Amy, have you ever been in a Trump building? Let me ask you.
Yeah, I've stayed at the Trump Hotel in Panama City, and I've stayed in the Trump Tower in New York. Yes, I've been to that. Yes.
We won't ask you what you were doing in Panama City. That's another issue. But specifically, you felt safe in these gorgeous buildings, but Donald Trump is no soil engineer. He's not a soil engineer, and you have to have a soil engineer to build a building. Henry Ford said, history is bunk. He doesn't know the first thing about his history, but he can get the expert to his office in 3 minutes that it knows everything about history. That's the point Bruce is trying to make about leadership.
You know what, Kevin? You know what? It's the media. They flatter themselves because they want to think, the philosophers want to think that they're the kings. Well, I think as Plato told us, the philosopher can't be the king. You can't have a philosopher king. So, Hugh Hewitt, who you crapping? I want to debate Hugh Hewitt. Okay.
Well,
and by the way, Mark Stein goes on with Hugh Hewitt all the time. Hewitt loves Mark Stein, and Stein is a Trump defender as well. Thank you, Kevin.
And also, Hugh Hewitt will be a moderator on CNN's debate, the next GOP debate, which is September 16th. And AM 560, The Answer is going to be hosting a party. We had a Bruin View last time in Elk Grove. This time it's going to be at the Hollywood Palms Theater in Naperville.
Oh, with the seats, those cushy
yes,
seats,
and
you can fall asleep.
Yes, and right now you can receive a free ticket by purchasing your full value ticket to Freedom Summit 2015 featuring Sean Hannity. Visit 560theanswer.com. Yes, a shameless plug here. But win tickets right now to the big issues on the big screen where you can watch Hugh Hewitt question further Donald Trump and other candidates. Be caller number 5 to 312-642-5600. Caller number 5 wins tickets.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
Get out and have some fun. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a fun night on the town. Grab your sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music direct from Branson is Denny Diamond and the Jewels featuring the music of Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for lunch and a show for two. It's only $39 on ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22. Get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago, a unique blend of fast and funny improv comedy that's appropriate for all ages. This long-running show features 2 improv teams to play games in front of a referee, or hit the waves and take advantage of the Sea Dog Extreme Thrill Ride or Lakefront Speedboat Cruise. A lake and architectural tour awaits you as well, all from the Entertainment Cruise Lines. Want to get out of town? Escape to Wisconsin. Purchase an overnight stay at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee. Check in every week for fun and adventure with your family and friends at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on your Chicago's Morning Answer, get your checkbooks out. The largest property tax in modern history.
Who's happy?
Is coming your way. And then State Rep Ron Sandak will be here to talk about the budget battle in Springfield. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Bruce, good morning. Good morning, everyone. A crisis point in Europe this morning. Hundreds of frustrated refugees who have been stuck for days at a train station in Budapest, Hungary, are vowing to make their way to Vienna, Austria on foot. The refugees, mostly young men, say they're fed up with being stuck in limbo, and the mostly Syrian refugees are prepared to walk the 150 miles. Britain's Prime Minister David Cameron says the UK will help some of the migrants fleeing their homelands in the Middle East.
Britain will act with our head and our heart, providing refuge for those in need,
while working on long-term solutions to this crisis. As I said earlier in the week, that means bringing to an end the conflicts that are driving so many to flee.
The group is quickly gathering in size as Hungarian police stand by. Police in California searching for a gunman who shot and killed a man and injured 2 others at Sacramento City College.
Suspect's outstanding. He's described as a male adult with short, dark hair, and that's all we have right now.
Tracy Trapini is with the Sacramento Police Department this morning. A federal judge in Kentucky says Rowan County Clerk Kim Davis could remain jailed for a week for being cited for contempt for defying court orders to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples. The U.S. Air Force airman who was injured while on a train in France, a Paris-bound train, as he and 2 childhood friends tackled a heavily armed gunman, has returned to his native California overnight. Spencer Stone arrived at the Travis Air Base in Fairfield, California. Officials say a man with a machete injured 2 during an attack in a wooded area of the University of Arkansas campus. A woman is dead, a man critically hurt following a rollover crash that's being investigated. It happened on Lakeshore Drive. Police say the accident happened late last night near Sheridan Road. Officials say the funeral for a Northern Illinois police lieutenant will be held Monday. Lake County Sheriffs say Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz's funeral will be held at Antioch High School. Governor Bruce Rauner has appointed a new commander of the Illinois Air National Guard. And this happened 12 years ago. Chicago Mayor Richard Daley citing security concerns following the 9/11 attack sent backhoes to carve X's into the Meigs Field runway on Northerly Island. 40-acre park will open today on the southern half of that 91-acre site that in the 1930s hosted the Century of Progress exposition before it became an airport. The city spent $9.7 million to build the park. Much of that cost was covered by federal tax dollars. The news service of Cabela's and Cabela's Fall Great Outdoors Day is going on now. Spend $150, get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details and don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. 6:34, check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Bubba Burger is the official burger of Labor Day. Pick up some juicy Bubba Burgers and get the grills sizzling. Visit BubbaFoods.com to find a retailer nearest you.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Meijer.
6:35 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is slow. Manheim to First Avenue and Laramie to Costner. It's 34 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. The Edens and the Kennedy do not have any significant delays yet. Inbound Stevenson, it is slow. Central to Kedzie, 37 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Slow approaching Cicero. Inbound Ryan has a 4-minute delay coming into downtown. Bishop Ford, a 4-minute delay, 103rd to the merge. I-57 is pretty light, just a little heavy approaching the Ryan. Northbound Tri-State heavy at 290. The other tollways are delay-free. No problems to report in northwest Indiana. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, and parking as low as $7 a day, you'll save time and money when you fly up the interstate to Milwaukee's airport. Visit flymke.com to see why more people are choosing Milwaukee, the O'Hare alternative. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
At 6:36, we're keeping our eyes on a developing story this morning in Wisconsin, where public schools are shut down in the small town of DeForest because of what school officials are calling potential threats. And we'll keep our eyes on that developing story just north of Madison in Wisconsin. And Chicago's Morning Answer continues next with your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds and sun with perhaps a shower or thunderstorm around today. Humid, high of 84, 72 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy with our special guest Bruce Wolf sitting in on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Dependable Construction, the Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. Visit tuckpointchicago.net for information.
Let freedom ring this afternoon at 2 with Sean Hannity, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
A busy Friday morning here at AM 560, The Answer. The Kentucky court clerk wakes up in jail. We have Trump's Sarah Palin moment that we just played for you, and we'll play it again in our 8 o'clock hour. And, of course, the search for those 3 alleged suspects in Fox Lake. We're going to have...
What's an alleged suspect?
I know. Do you like how I said that?
Well, yeah, an alleged suspect sounds like there isn't a suspect.
Well, the search for 3 people in Fox Lake. We'll have some exclusive information.
Do the 3 people actually exist?
At 7:07. Good question, okay. Bruce. But, I was joking around that Dan yesterday was in New York, at the Trump Tower with the RNC chairman trying to make sure that Donald Trump signed the loyalty pledge. Well, guess what? I found out what he was really doing.
What?
He was in New York with Democratic State Rep Ken Duncan to make sure that he stayed away from Springfield because Rauner prevailed on major labor legislation, all thanks to one lawmaker being absent. And with that, we go to State Rep Ron Sandak, who joins us on our Turnkey.pro answer line. Good morning, Ron. How are you?
I'm good, Amy. Good morning.
Good. So tell me what it was like when Madigan went down.
Well, it's few and far between when you see in real time on the House floor a measure that the Speaker is actively promoting and had predicted would pass actually fail. So it was very unique for me and something I obviously enjoyed.
Yeah. So with Durkin not there on Wednesday, 68 Democrats voted to override Rauner, 3 shy of the 71 needed. And so where does it go from here? I know the Senate already approved the override and the bill will expire without action from the House by this week, correct?
Yeah, so it's dead. The override is dead. The veto stands. There is no chance of resurrecting it. This week we're not there. So Duncan, Representative Duncan, whether he's in New York or in Chicago or in Timbuktu, they don't have the 71 they need. They can't bring us back in time to do so, so it expires by its own terms, and the veto stands.
And this was the public sector union's attempt to do an end around on the executive authority of Rauner by going to arbitration on negotiations for a new deal. And we should point out, of course, that public sector employees make on an average $11,000 more per job than people in the private sector for the same job. And this was just one means for Rauner to try to affect economies in this bloated state budget, right?
Yeah, I mean, Bruce, the entire measure was, I called it the most cynical thing I had seen, the most cynical piece of legislation. Think on that for a second. In the last 4 years plus that I've been in the legislature, it was a deliberate, targeted attempt to weaken the executive because the Democrats in control of the legislature didn't like the election results and decided to try and take this governor's executive powers away only for 3 years because this law sunsetted just in case a Blagojevich-like or Flynn-esque governor gets elected. They did not want to then be constrained by an arbitrator.
I believe in conspiracy theories. Do you think there's any way somebody higher up in the Republican Party made paid for state reps Ken Duncan's trip to New York with that group of Chicago teens who are tennis players?
He doesn't show up to a lot of things, doesn't he, Representative Sandak?
Yeah, Kenny's his own dude. He's a likable, very affable guy. He had Facebook pictures, I am told, of him in New York watching the tennis. There was some Chicago youth competing in tennis. And Kenny's, kind of a
maybe
go-around
somebody
guy.
Sponsored the trip. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'm flying if you're buying.
I'm not going to feed any conspiracists. I've been listening to some of the Trump discussion and the Kim Davis stuff. To my mind, Representative Duncan did himself and the state of Illinois a great favor.
But there's going to be repercussions for his actions. How is Madigan going to get back at him?
Jeez. I don't sit in their caucus meetings, so I don't know. The speculation on that is wild. Who knows?
He may lose his chairmanship.
They can't jail him. I know that. Amy, they can't put him in jail.
Yet. That voice belongs to State Rep Ron Sandak. And I'd like to give credit where credit is due. My kids both are enrolled in Chicago Public School System. Yesterday we had the big, come to school, find out who your homeroom teacher is, and see what cuts are made. And it is unbelievable. No foreign language, but we haven't had that for a few years. Arts might be on the chopping block, and no after-school sports. And my kid's heart just sank because, they love that. That's why they go to school. That builds that builds school pride. So you proposed declaring bankruptcy, and how did you come up with that thought?
Well, it really isn't that original. The federal law prescribes and permits municipalities to file bankruptcy under Chapter 9 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code. So the law exists. It just requires an enabling statute. It requires a state to permit its municipalities and local units of government access. So my proposal, by the way, this has worked. California's had it for years. Michigan obviously had it with respect to Detroit. And all it does is permit access to the law that already exists. And Chapter 9 is different than Chapter 7 or 11. We all watch late-night TV, and we see certain late-night bankruptcy attorneys with their bankruptcy info tapes. This isn't,
Peter Francis Geraci.
Yeah, this isn't throwing the keys at the creditor. No one gets to take the town over. What it is Chapter 9 is a restructuring provision that permits and requires stakeholders to the table to basically refashion a city's fiscal status for the benefit of taxpayers.
Representative Sandak, could you conceive of a situation where a bankruptcy judge could, say, take the modest suggestion and pull a PATCO and remove the Chicago public school teachers and turn the public school system over to the archdiocese and pay the teachers half the salary and get the same kind of quality?
Wow.
It's not draconian. Yes.
That would be quite a stretch. But you're an attorney, Bruce. You know that the bankruptcy courts sit as judges in equity, and their job is to try and fashion equitable and responsible remedies. That may be a slightly extreme version, but what I could see is requiring labor contracts be tampered down a bit so that they're market. I could see certain debt being restructured and extended out, interest rates perhaps being reduced, and kind of all the fiscal pressures from every angle being modified for the benefit of taxpayers. Because in the end, it's the taxpayers that are getting stuck here, and they have no voice. And so perhaps a federal bankruptcy judge can do what everyone else has been utterly failing to do for a long time, which is act reasonably.
And the bankruptcy bill could also help suburban and downstate towns?
Sure. It could. I mean, again, it would be, look, I used to be the mayor of Downers Grove. I can assure you no mayor wants to be the person taking his or her town into bankruptcy. It would be done very judiciously, but it would be the last measure of a desperate leader trying to fix his or her town or school district or any other local unit of government. It would be done. By the way, bankruptcy's been around. Chapter 9 bankruptcy has been around since the 30s. There's been a total of 600 cases, and only the last one we know about is Detroit, and it's 2 years old already. This isn't done willy-nilly. It's done with great circumspect.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Representative Ron Sandak, for joining us, and have a great weekend.
You too. Thanks, guys. Take care.
He joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
If you live in the city, get out your checkbooks. The largest property tax in modern history is on its way. We'll have the disgusting details. But first, here's your forecast.
Today, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm. Warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low of 69. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 88. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, a high of 91. And Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. Now for a check of traffic, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Bruce. Good morning. Morning, Amy. Reagan Tollway westbound at 355. Two right lanes are blocked. Some debris there. Farther west near the Aurora Toll Plaza, the left lane is closed with construction till noon. Otherwise, the tollways are really light. Tri-State just a little heavy northbound at 290. The Edens is clear. Inbound Kennedy, we're seeing delays now starting around Canfield. In pockets, just 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 25 as well. There's slow pockets between Fullerton and Sayre. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First and Laramie to Costner. 35 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 33. The Stevenson is 37 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36. The Ryan, 19 minutes. 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Time now for the Lou Dobbs Market Preview, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The government jobs report, a key driver on Wall Street today. We're watching bond yields and crude prices. Those stories next.
Now through Labor Day Monday is your last chance to discover for free untold stories about your ancestors. Ancestry has just released an entirely new category of content, never before available online in the U.S. It's an unprecedented collection of U.S. wills and probate records that span 200 years. And now through Monday, we're allowing free unlimited access. Plus birth, marriage, death records are also open to search for free too. Visit tryancestry.com. That's TRY Ancestry.com.
Hey, this is Michael Medved. As a listener to the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, you may also own a business. Now, at some point, you may need funding. I recommend researching BusinessLoansNow.com in the non-bank private equity sector because Business Loans Now focuses mostly on monthly cash flow and not on personal credit. If you need funding now for payroll, equipment, expansion, added cash flow, or for a new startup, you can check to see how much your business may qualify for at BusinessLoansNow.com. That's BusinessLoansNow.com.
Reports on the health of the labor market front and center on Wall Street. The three major stock indexes need a strong performance today in order to overcome a more than 1% decline on the week so far. We'll see whether reports on job growth and the unemployment rate for August are strong enough to satisfy investors. Many in the market concerned that a strong jobs report could pave the way for the Fed to begin raising interest rates as early as this month. Reaction to the jobs report will be evident in the bond market, certainly. The 10-year Treasury yield yesterday dropping to a one-week low under 2.2%. And we'll see whether the crude oil market posts its second straight weekly advance. October crude oil up more than 3% on the week, trading now near $46 a barrel. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Jack with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, hold on to your hats. It's coming. The largest property tax hike in modern history. Of course, timing's everything, Bruce, in the news business and in politics. So when do you announce the biggest property tax ever? Right before a 3-day weekend.
I own that.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Does a kid like you know what music that was?
That's the Beatles.
Right,
the Tax Man.
All right.
Okay,
Well, I'll never test you again.
Thank you.
Dan doesn't like the Beatles. Did you know that?
I was warned by Dan that you might go off on a rant about the Beatles. And I'm just saying.
Not a rant. It's
we
12 seconds.
have to get this information in because it affects many of us, millions of us. And I feel bamboozled because I admit it, I voted for Rahm Emanuel because he campaigned that he would not raise our property taxes. All a big lie. Yesterday, the media caught up with him at a book reading. He was reading to daycare to the kiddies,
His
at a
pet goat?
daycare center on the west side. And he, again, says he needs the revenue, the $500 million city property tax increase to help pay the $30 billion unfunded police and fire pension debt.
Here is your pledge.
And that is the wrong audio.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
Well, some aldermen are not happy. The 35th Ward Alderman Carlos Romero Rosa is upset and said elderly, they'll lose their homes.
It might force people into foreclosure. It might force folks in my neighborhood of Logan Square, Albany Park, Irving Park to sell.
So move out. I moved out in 58.
Well, no. It's not that easy. I'm not going to move out because my property taxes are going up. But I might have to because I'm one of those people who kind of lives paycheck to paycheck. And my property taxes would go up. I don't want to say how much, but it's substantial. So I don't do math on days that end in Y, but today I will. A $250,000 home would increase $500 a year.
Big
more
deal.
in property taxes.
You got your homeowner, hey,
that
pay
is
up.
a big deal.
City of
And
Chicago's got a lot of services. We got teachers to pay. We got parks to run.
Why do I have to pay for politicians' sins? I'm sick of it.
Because you voted them in. You voted for Rahm Emanuel.
and
you
I'm
get
an
what
idiot.
you deserve.
Yep, and I'm the idiot
So
this
how
morning.
about disenfranchising you?
How about this idea? Alderman Romero Rosa.
No, Chuy Garcia did not win the election. I'm Donald Trump here and speak English.
Alderman Romero Rosa came up with a great idea. He wants downtown skyscrapers taxed at a higher rate than private homes and exceptions for the elderly and low-income homeowners.
So I want to make sure that we are protecting working families and senior citizens from a massive property tax hike.
There are no working families in the city of Chicago anymore. There's people who live in Dan Proft's condo, and there's poor people. There's no middle class in Chicago anymore.
Yes, there is.
Oh,
it's called West Lakeview in Albany Park.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, Carlos Danger. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. Illinois by the numbers this week, 214. Find out why that number is important. And with each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is if you don't have an estate plan, everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 here on AM 560 The Answer, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. Once again, 630-873-6326. It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Hurry, Feldco's free installation ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4FELDCO.
Highland Park Ford Lincoln's in the house. Here's Alan Marty.
For 30 years, we've been making people happy with incredible deals and service.
We're the best Ford Lincoln dealers in town.
Because making people happy makes us happy.
No doubt. This is one happy place.
Heck, we just break into dance all the time.
We don't break into dance at the dealership.
Sure we do.
No, we really don't.
We could. Come on, Marty, dance with me.
The Highland Park Ford Lincoln Superstore. Call 1-800-984-9000 or go to alanmarty.com.
Admit it.
Okay, you're a lovely dancer.
Thank you. This is Alan Marty. Deal with us.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a crucial clue perhaps in the search for those alleged killers in Fox Lake. We'll have the latest, but here's Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're following right now. Chicago Public Schools to reopen Diet High School. That and more at 7:02.
I'm Dave Anthony. It's a big day for gay couples in Kentucky, where a county clerk woke up in jail.
She needed to abide by the law. The Supreme Court made their decision, and it's about time that something was done about it.
Supporters like her are happy marriage licenses will go out today. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Kim Davis's husband says his wife won't resign and will stay in jail as long as it takes. Joe Davis says GOP presidential candidate Mike Huckabee supports his wife.
Called her on her cell phone and told her that he was behind her.
He also called out Judge David Bunning and Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear, saying they weren't doing their jobs and they're failing to back the people of Kentucky. The clerk's office is opening now, and 5 assistants say they will issue those licenses, Dave.
Turning another former top aide, then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will face questions today by the deadly attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, Libya. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Jake Sullivan, Clinton's former deputy chief of staff at the State Department, will be deposed by the Benghazi Select Committee. Yesterday, her former Chief of Staff Cheryl Mills emerged after more than 9 hours of sworn testimony. Democrat Elijah Cummings wanted a transcript released, but Committee Chair Trey Gowdy said that what was said will be treated as classified.
We have not had a public interview with any other witness.
One committee member said she had some memory lapses during the testimony. Dave?
Rachel, in Europe's ongoing migrant crisis,
Britain will act with our head and our heart.
Prime Minister David Cameron says they'll accept more migrants and try to end the Syrian conflict. They're all fleeing. This is migrants who don't want to stay in Hungary are vowing to walk to Austria. Police in Austria say of the 71 people found dead in a truck on a highway, they probably suffocated, and they haven't identified any of them. They do believe, though, they're from Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan. We'll get a key update on the economy in a half hour that might help the Federal Reserve decide to raise interest rates or not this month. The August jobs report. Ahead of it, futures are plunging on Wall Street. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies, 70 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A woman is dead, a man in critical condition following a rollover crash on Lakeshore Drive. The accident happening last night near Sheridan Road. Police say the accident appears to be alcohol-related. Home surveillance video a homeowner turned over to investigators may help in the hunt for 3 men suspected in the murder of a veteran police officer. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force Commander George Falenko called the video significant in the death investigation of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz. Meantime, a Lake County judge set bail at $100,000 for a woman accused of misdirecting police in their search for 3 suspected cop killers. 30-year-old Christina Kiefer of Vernon Hills, according to police, made up that story about 2 men trying to get into her car, then running into a field in Volo. Chicago Public Schools say they will open an arts-focused school in a neighborhood that was once slated for closure. Chicago Public Schools CEO Forrest Claypool says they do plan on reopening Diet High School after pressure from protesters.
Diet High School will be an open enrollment neighborhood high school opening in the fall of 2016 with an arts focus and an adjacent technology hub.
Meantime, Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel is conceding to homeowners and city council representatives they may find it difficult to accept a $500 million property tax increase. In the coming weeks, Emanuel is also expected to propose a $100 million garbage collection fee. White Sox over Minnesota 6-4. NFL, Bears pound Cleveland in the NFL preseason finale 24-0. David Fales 2 touchdown scores. WNBA was the Sky over New York 82-60. College football opens up in this state. Western Illinois over Eastern Illinois 33-5. The news, a service of Whole Foods Market this week at Whole Foods Market. Save on organic Gala apples for just $1.99 per pound. Visit any of their 25 Chicagoland locations, including the new and improved Willowbrook store, relocated to 6300 Kingery Highway, Route 83. Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
SquareTrade!
7:05. Let's get an update on the roads in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, traffic is slow from Peterson to the junction. 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. Kennedy. Delay starting at Canfield. It's 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 15 from Montrose, 11 on the Express. Outbound 24 minutes downtown to the airport. Mount Eisenhower. 39 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. The Stevenson, 37 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Ryan, stop and go 47th to 31st. Stalled truck just moved out of the way, and it's heavy from the Stevenson on in. 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound fine at 15. I-57 is good. Bishop Ford got a 4-minute delay from 103rd to the merge. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Eastbound Adams Tollways, the Beverly to 59. The other tollways are good. No delays to report on I-80 or in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
69 at O'Hare right now. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the latest with our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A humid day with clouds and sun along with a shower or thunderstorm around with a high 84. Then a partly cloudy and humid night with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 69. Sun and some clouds for tomorrow. Another humid day with a high 89 and a low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Again, 69 at O'Hare, 73 at Midway, and taking a dip this morning, water temp of 72. Your next news update is at 7:30. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy with our special guest Bruce Wolf continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Persistent questions over Hillary Clinton's emails will go unanswered by the former aide who helped set up her server. He's decided to take the fifth before Congress, even as a longtime Clinton advisor testified today.
Here is your pledge.
Under whose authority are you not issuing license authority?
I simply told you all I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
We don't have consequences.
Plain and simple.
Not everyone believes what you believe.
That's your choice.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good Friday morning and welcome back to the Dan and Amy Show with special guest Bruce Wolf, who filled in yesterday and today. We're so grateful that you're here and you chose a busy time to be here.
Oh, it's great.
We have a lot going on. The email Hillary scandal, her aide who set up that server pled the fifth, and her staff member spoke before a Benghazi committee yesterday in closed doors. We'll hear that at 7:35 with Andy McCarthy, who will join us from National Review Online. And then later on, Chet Kopic will be here.
How you doing, everybody?
To promote his new book and
about Doug Buffone.
Yes, and job numbers are going to be released, and we'll have the latest for you on that. But let's start.
What's your guess?
I'm not.
190.
Again, I don't do numbers on days that end in Y. Let's start with the big news this morning. A crucial clue, they say, in the search for these alleged killers in Fox Lake. Yesterday, we learned that one of the neighbors turned over their home security camera video that may show some movement on the streets on September 1st around 8:30 in the morning. That video has been handed over to the Department of Homeland Security.
I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. It could come out to be, yes, an identifiable source of somebody we need to speak to.
And police are still looking for 3 suspects, 2 white males, 1 African American, who might have been involved in the killing of Lieutenant G.I. Joe, as we're calling him, Lieutenant Glenowich. But the new information this morning was very strange. So from the beginning, when this shooting occurred, police said right away that the officer got out of his squad car and followed 3 men, the 2 white men and the African American, into a swampy area. And before he got out of his vehicle, G.I. Joe made one final radio transmission, and here it is. So the first time he said no to the request, you need a second unit. And then she asked him again, because protocol, normally when you get out of your squad car, you call for backup before you get out of a squad car. So the second time he said, yeah, go ahead and roll them. So they find all of this all took place over 17 minutes. So they find him.
How long would it take for the backup to get there?
4 to 5 minutes. But then by the time they found him in the swampy area.
Why wouldn't he wait?
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like they could get away anywhere, right?
Well, we don't even know if they were doing anything nefarious. They were simply walking down a gravel road behind a concrete plant that had been closed for years. So,
is it protocol to wait for the backup?
Yes, that's what one of my sources told me.
So he may have violated protocol.
Yes, but the big question this morning is how this story has evolved. So after it happened, police came out right away and they said they're looking for 2 white males and African American. That the officer's weapon was stolen, his safety belt was stolen, and his pepper spray. Yesterday, they changed their tune. Not changed their tune, but they came out with this information, and I don't blame them, that's saying that a weapon belonging to Lieutenant Glenowitz was found at the scene, but they wouldn't say where it was in proximity to his body.
Wait,
then last night, they backtracked and said that they had recovered a weapon, but they would not confirm who its owners was. So they wouldn't say that. So they said it was the lieutenants, and then they came back last night and said it is not the lieutenants. And then the commander of the Lake County Crime Task Force said this, and this piqued my interest because listen to the rhetoric used. He didn't call it a homicide. He called it a death.
We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death. We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death.
Am I looking too much? Am I?
Well, you know what? You're a reporter. And a good reporter, like you are, doesn't assume anything. I think somebody, City News Bureau once said, if your mother says it, check her out.
Yeah, if your mother says she loves you, you better check it out.
See, you even know the quote better than I do. The thing is that, we've made this certain assumptions. And we don't know. It may very well be a murder. We don't know. Because all we know is what people said. And G.I. Joe said something. We don't know if it's true or not what he said because we got to get it corroborated.
He saw 2 white males and a black that looked suspicious, and he got out of his car.
We just don't know until there's a full investigation.
What I can tell you, my source said the weapon that was found at the scene, and we don't know whose weapon it was or where it was in location of the body, but that it is being dusted for prints right now.
Now, why would killers leave a weapon at the scene?
I don't know.
And would they have time to wipe off their own prints or put gloves on before they decided to shoot G.I. Joe?
Ballistic tests are back. And so they know, police know, investigators know if his own weapon was used in this crime, but they're not telling us.
Now, I understand the outpouring, the initial outpouring. I mean, this was a beloved
Well, regardless
cop.
how he died,
And
he was loved.
He's beloved. I mean, it's wonderful. But I prefer the reporting, say, of a Mike Tobin of Fox News versus, say, a Marion Brooks of Channel 5. And Marion Brooks, by the way, is somebody I adore. I know her personally, having worked at Channel 5.
Not like I do. Did you leave a toenail on her floor? No, that's a different story.
But here's the thing. Mike Tobin, when he reported this story on Fox News, he's stoic. He's reserved. Right. He's a little bit distant. He has the people come on from the community and say, we loved him. He was in the Explorers. He was always there. That's good. You get that testimony from the people, but you yourself are objective. Marion comes on and in that gushy Channel 5 sentimental way says, is emoting. And you don't.
So what? Who cares about that? What I care about is this.
Do that.
No, they do sometimes. I mean, because it was so shocking. It was so. It was right after Darren Goforth was killed, and he was killed and targeted because he was wearing a police uniform. So yesterday, a top official, I'm not saying names, said that no one has a clue what occurred behind that wooded lot. He didn't have on a body camera. He wasn't in viewing distance of
was
the dash.
Was it standard to have a body camera?
Let me finish. No, not for the Fox Lake. So again, he did not have a body camera on, but what happened occurred not in the area where his dash cam could record the actions of others.
Okay.
That's another thing. But to the phones we go. Let's go to Max, who's a police officer, who says, we have no idea what we're talking about. Good morning,
agree.
Max. Yeah, Max, help us out here. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys this morning?
Good.
Excellent. Hey, Amy, I'm not sure where you get this from, that protocol is not to exit your vehicle until backup arrives. I mean, if that's the case, there's no reason for officers to get out of the car. Those guys would have been long gone by the time any backup got there. You have to evaluate each situation as it comes up.
Okay.
All right, could we ask you, Max? I mean, you just said you have to evaluate each situation. If you're in an area where, it's marshy, whatever, and, they can't get swamp, and they can't really get very far. I mean, and you don't know much more in this hypothetical that I'm giving you anyway. I mean, it's possible that you do wait for the backup, right?
It's possible, sure.
Okay.
But apparently, Lieutenant Glenowitz felt comfortable enough to at least get out. I mean, there's many times where you get out and you talk to a group of people.
Okay.
Let me ask you something else,
on.
Max. Max, can I ask you something else? If you're investigating this thing, do you even assume at this moment, he said something over the radio dispatch or whatever, the radio. He said something. Do you assume that what he said is true?
As far as the description?
As far as the description, as far as, there being suspects, do you assume that it's true, or do you allow for the possibility of anything here?
No, I got to believe it's true. There's no reason. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Okay, well,
right.
we knew that he met with the interim police chief for Fox Lake on Monday to talk about his retirement, and he did not want to retire. That's what one source told me, that he...
Is that a relevant
fact?
I
don't know. I mean, he did not... This was his life. Policing was his life. He was in the Illinois Army Reserve from 1980 to 2007. He loves to serve. This was his whole being. This is his whole identity, was being a police officer.
When I was an attorney, we used to look at every case and explain to the jury that it's a jigsaw puzzle. There are different little pieces that are going to come in here and there. It's not going to look... you're not going to get a clear picture until the end. And that's why I would reserve judgment on anything. And that's why I like the Mike Tobin way of covering things for Fox News. And you just because you don't know and you don't assume anything.
Here's Joe, who joins us from Tinley Park. Good morning, Joe.
I would like to hear that police transmission.
Oh, I played it for you. Do you want me to? Did you hear it? Do you want me to play it again? His last transmission.
Sorry. I missed it. And also, why didn't we hear a description or a clear picture of that fellow that shot the two reporters? We didn't see that until after he was shot.
Oh, well, no, I did see it on social media before, because the cameraman who was fatally shot caught a glimpse of him on his way down, and they did a freeze.
Police knew who he was. They had his license plate.
Yeah, well, that's a separate case. In this case, we don't have an image of him. That's why they're hoping that this home surveillance video taken from some neighbor's house, who the homeowner was so afraid she gave it to a third party to hand it over to police, maybe that will give us some more information that's desperately, desperately needed in this case.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
More of your phone calls next, 312-642-5600. Plus, the spokesman from the ATF, Tom Ahern, will be here. But first, here is your forecast.
Today, it's going to be cloudy and sunny with a shower or thunderstorms. Warm but humid, a high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm but humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area.
Who are you impersonating?
I'm not impersonating anyone, Amy. My name is Cliff, and I'm the staff announcer with a lisp. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, a high of 88. Low tomorrow night, 71. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, high of 91. And for your Labor Day, Monday, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. This report was brought to you by Salerno Butter Cookies. And now it's time for a check of traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Cliffy. Good to hear you again on the inbound Ryan. Pretty heavy delays right now from 47th to 31st after an earlier stall. And then it's heavy from the Stevenson on into the loop. So it's 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound, it's fine at 15. Eden's 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 24. The Kennedy with delays starting at Foster. 32 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 24. The Eisenhower 42 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound 34 minutes. The Stevenson 37 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound it's 39. Tollways are lighter than normal. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I got a great night's sleep last night, feeling refreshed, feeling feisty, all thanks to MyPillow because it conforms to my neck and back. It helps if you have insomnia, allergies. My cats love it. If the pillow gets dirty, I put that bad boy in the washer and dryer, and I'm good to go the next evening.
Why would you put your cat in the washer and dryer?
Anyway, MyPillow is American-made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, and the buy one, get one free offer is still on. So go to MyPillow.com, type AMY in the promo code. 2 pillows for the price of 1, plus half off all other products. So go to MyPillow.com or call this number 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
I was coming out of the hardware store when I saw him. An old man, late 70s, hunched over in the freezing rain, no hat on his head, limping across that slippery parking lot, and pushing a row of shopping carts toward the cart corral. It's heartbreaking. Millions of hardworking Americans simply don't have enough money to retire, so they just keep working and working and working until it's too late. Hi, I'm Chad Stubbs, President and CEO of PowerTrader, and I believe that's just plain wrong. That's why I'm now distributing to the public absolutely free copies of PowerTrader's game-changing book on how regular folks can make the money they need to retire fast. For your free copy, call 1-800-400-0360. Don't let the lack of money rob you of your retirement. Call now for details and get your free copy of this book before it's too late. 1-800-400-0360. But hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-0360. 1-800-400-0360.
Hi, I'm Brendan Burchard. Some people call me the world's highest paid motivational trainer. And some people call me crazy because I've just authorized a nationwide giveaway of my 2015 New York Times bestseller, The Motivation Manifesto. That's right. In the next 24 hours, I want to give away as many free books as possible. To get your hardcover copy, call 1-800-605-9211. If you want to reach your true potential, personally, professionally, or financially, you need this book. You'll discover how to stop feeling tired and overwhelmed, identify the major enemies keeping you from living your dreams, and learn the secrets to defeating them. I'll teach you my proven strategies to start attaining the levels of drive and personal success you're craving. Financial freedom, emotional freedom, time freedom. In the next 24 hours, I'm giving away as many free books as possible. Due to high demand, I can only offer one per household. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call now. 1-800-605-9211. 1-800-605-9211.
AM 560, The Answer.
Talking about the Fox Lake death of Lieutenant Joe Glenowich and the search for those 3 suspects. Yesterday, the police came out, the North County Lake Crime Task Force came out and said that a weapon had been found and that it was the lieutenant's. Then they came back later that night and said it is not the lieutenant's gun. So we know ballistic tests are in the process and that they've taken the weapon that was found at the scene and they're dusting for prints. And with that, let's get the latest from the ATF spokesman, good friend of the show, Tom Ahern, joins us. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Amy.
Good. What are you able to tell us about the weapon that was found at the scene where the officer was shot?
A weapon has been recovered from the scene. It is being analyzed. It's all of the evidence, including the weapon that was recovered, is still being examined at the crime lab, as well as some home security video that's been obtained during the course of the investigation. So that's still ongoing. There have been no conclusions drawn from either of those aspects of the case at this point. But
do you have the information and you're not able to release it? Because I heard that the ballistics test was complete, but they're not releasing that information.
No, the testing is still underway. It's still ongoing now, so we don't have any conclusion to as far as the weapon that was recovered, and so that will continue today. the investigators are not going to. They haven't let up. The mood is still very somber. Everyone is still, including all the citizens of Fox Lake, are still in a great deal of mourning.
Tom,
so I mean, the search for these killers is going to continue. And we're going to give every effort that we have.
Tom, in your experience, do murderers typically leave the weapon at the scene?
Well, in all cases are different. It depends on how quickly they may have wanted to escape, and in this case, they know that they have just murdered a police officer. They know that they're going to be vigorously tracked, and so they may have done that. They may have done that. Everyone acts differently under these circumstances, and there's no one way that the criminals would act in a situation like that.
Are you in the position to tell us how many rounds were fired?
Right now, we suspect that there were 2 shots fired, but that too is still being looked at.
And then when you take a weapon to the Illinois State Crime Lab, what do they? And obviously they're dusting for prints. Is there anything else that they're looking for? I mean, obviously who it's registered, which I think some people know, but there's a lot of vacillation going on.
There's always residue left on from a firearm, from a gunshot. There's gunpowder and so forth, and again the conditions of the environment play a role in it too, with the humidity and things of that nature. So there's a lot of testing that goes into it.
Do you know? Amy was saying that they came back and said that this was not his gun. Are we saying that this was not the gun that was given to him by the police department? I mean, do we really know at this point, whose gun it was?
We're not releasing that information right now about the firearm that's used to kill the lieutenant.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Tom Ahern, spokesperson for the ATF. And I saw many pictures of you out there, and you must be exhausted, but I love how you all come together in times of need. It's very admirable.
Well, every law enforcement officer shares these emotions, regardless of what our badges say or the color of our uniforms. We're human. We all are. We're shocked by this. We're saddened by it. But and we want answers to do exactly the circumstances that surrounded the shooting. But the thing that keeps us all motivated is the thoughts of the officers' loved ones. And that's at the forefront of your thoughts, and that's what keeps you motivated to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. To find these killers.
All right. Well, stay safe out there, Tom, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And before we go, I just, this is a big weekend at Fox Lake, Labor Day weekend. Store owners are encouraging people, don't shy away from the area because of what happened. And let's go to somebody who's from the area. Bob joins us from Fox Lake. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Good morning, folks. I'm great. How are you?
Good.
What I was calling in for was, I know that there's been lots of speculation and confusion with respect to the location of the officer's firearms. I was listening almost all day because the nature of my job allows me to do this, and I was listening to the police scanner, and around 10 o'clock or so in the morning, their officers were chatting back and forth with one another about the handgun, and one did say, well, yes, it has been found. The other officer came back with, oh, it has. Well, where was it located? And he specifically said, and this is what kind of startled me because I didn't know that the officer is deceased at this point. He said, oh, well, it was located 3 feet from his head.
Okay. Well, thank you, Bob, for that information. And that's just, we'll stay on top of this story and give you the latest information as it becomes available.
This is The Morning Show. More Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact.
Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Painting, it's personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. And it's not too late to get on their schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for fall football. And fall is the perfect time to also get your exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with maybe a weekend that you're away, and you'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint on your home. CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. They're the biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. So call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C, or simply go to CertaPro.com. CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a big win for Tom Brady. A federal judge vacates his 4-game suspension. But first, adding fuel to the fire, Hillary Clinton's aide, who set up her private server, pleads the fifth. Oh, my goodness.
On Monday Night Football.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
70 degrees and partly sunny skies. Some jitters evident in overseas markets ahead of this morning's release of the monthly U.S. jobs report. Japan's Nikkei tumbled 2.2%. The memorial for Harris County, Texas Deputy Sheriff Derek Goforth is this morning. Thousands of law enforcement officers gathered inside Houston's Second Baptist Church to remember the deputy. The suspected murderer remains in custody. Prosecutors will now seek the death penalty against a man accused of shooting to death a Louisiana trooper. Kevin Daigle of Lake Charles, Louisiana, is charged with first-degree murder in the slaying of Trooper Stephen Vincent. Refugees who had hoped to move on from Hungary are continuing to refuse to leave a train that's been stopped near an asylum center, where authorities are demanding that they register. This morning in Britain, Prime Minister David Cameron says Britain is willing to accept even more Syrian refugees.
Britain will act with our head and our heart, providing refuge for those in need while working on long-term solutions to this crisis. As I said earlier in the week, that means bringing to an end the conflicts that are driving so many to flee.
Migrants want to avoid that center because they do not want to pursue their asylum claims in economically depressed Hungary. Rowan County, Kentucky clerk Kim Davis jailed after refusing to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples. Her attorney this morning says she's not going to resign.
She's elected by the people, and if the people want her to resign, then the people can ask her to resign, and they haven't done that. In fact, she's a very well-liked individual in that community.
Police in California still searching for a gunman who shot and killed a man and injured 2 at Sacramento City College. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says he'll sign the pledge.
The best way for the Republicans to win is if I win the nomination and go directly against whoever they happen to put up. And for that reason, I have signed the pledge.
The pledge to endorse the party's eventual nominee. A woman is dead, a man critically hurt following a rollover crash last night on Lakeshore Drive. Home surveillance video a homeowner turned over to investigators may help in the hunt for 3 men suspected in the murder of a veteran police officer. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force Commander George Felinko called the video significant in the investigation into the death of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz. Chicago Public School officials say they're opening an arts-focused school in a neighborhood once slated for closure. Chicago Public Schools says they will plan on reopening Dyett High School following pressure from protesters. Sox over Minnesota 6-4. Bears blank Cleveland in the final NFL preseason game of the year, 24-0. The news, a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. They're dealing with excruciating pain, and you can help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, ccfa.org. 7:35, a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
7:37, time to have Air Comfort check your building's mechanical system. And time to check the roads in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy is getting heavy with delays from Foster to Ohio. It's 37 minutes
Obviously,
O'Hare to downtown.
the tragedy that happened in Benghazi was
in the Express.
about
Outbound 24 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's 20 minutes.
And you're free to glean whatever inference you want from the fact that he did.
To downtown, outbound 34. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. And outbound 39.
And you're free to glean whatever inference you want from the fact that he did.
Northbound Tri-State heavy, Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Beverly to 59. Veterans Memorial, slow, 63rd at the Reagan Tollway.
Am I disappointed?
Reagan Tollway
yes.
a little slow now.
Because I would have loved to have heard what he had to say.
Cabela's full great outdoor days are going on now.
Anytime somebody working for you has to take the Fifth Amendment based on something you did is probably not good for you as a politician.
Event of the season going on now at Cabela's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
Obviously,
your official Chicagoland weather
and you're free
forecast
to glean whatever inference you want from the fact that he did.
Of excellence. Since 1935. Clouds and sun in your forecast with a shower or thunderstorm, warm and humid, high 84. 69 with a possible shower or storm overnight, low 69, and 89 tomorrow. 69 at O'Hare, 68 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with our special guest, Bruce Wolf, on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Why do all these things happen before long 3-day weekends? I mean, Rahm Emanuel coming out saying we're having the largest property tax increase in modern history, and now to the email scandal with Hillary Clinton. Her ex-aide who helped set up the server, is conveniently pleading the fifth. And with that, we go to Andy McCarthy from National Review Online with the latest. Andy, is anybody listening to this at least?
Amy, I don't know. There's been a concerted effort, I think, in the media by labeling the latest batch of thousands of pages of Clinton emails as mundane and boring, the day-to-day work of government, such that what I regard as real smoking guns that have come out of this batch, I don't know that they're breaking through with the public. I guess I should be more concerned, and we all should, at the moment at least, about whether they're breaking through with the FBI.
That's true. Well, tell me about this Brian Pagliano, who apparently worked for her during her first campaign, and he worked with her at the State Department. What might he know about the private server, and what did he do to protect it from potential hackers?
Well, he, to my knowledge, nothing was done to protect it from potential hackers, certainly for some period of time. My understanding is he was involved in actually setting up the system. And, to the extent that anybody who was involved in setting up that system may be complicit in a scheme not only to violate the ordinary federal laws that deal with handling government records, but with the even more serious laws that involve handling classified information, he may have some criminal exposure. And certainly if I were his attorney at this point in the investigation, I would certainly advise him to take the fifth. What people are always doing in that situation is trying to get the FBI and the Justice Department to give them immunity from prosecution before they'll testify, because they obviously don't want to put themselves in the soup any more than they already are.
Andy, just a threshold question here. Do you know who General Soleimani is?
Yeah, Bruce, I do, actually.
Okay. All right, then you qualify.
I sure wish the whole world would know who he was.
We'll keep you on the line.
All right. So, Andy, actually, this thing isn't working. It's amazing. Hillary doesn't have the magic that Bill does, because people aren't buying the fact that the communications weren't marked classified, because they're understanding that if she's the one who is originating some of these, that there isn't somebody standing there and marking it classified in that bathroom in Colorado. So
right.
they're not buying it.
Well, Bruce, I'm kind of, maybe I'm giving myself a little too much credit, or those of us who've been making this argument, but I started pointing out to people in March, when she had that cockamamie press conference, that you have to be very mindful of the distinction between classified documents and classified information. This is something that's obvious to those of us who've worked in national security matters in government, but probably isn't obvious to the general public, but I think can be made pretty obvious. Let's put documents to the side. Let's say I go into a classified briefing where there are no documents, but I'm only allowed to be there because I have a security clearance. Mm-hmm. And somebody gives me a classified briefing about some sensitive matter, let's say related to the war. If I go back to my office, forget about my private email, if I just go back to my government office on the non-classified system and write a summary email of what I heard in the classified briefing and send it around, I may not have circulated a classified document, but I have unlawfully circulated classified information, because it's the information that I heard pursuant to my security clearance under a classified briefing. So the thing has always been, Mrs. Clinton, in her slick Clinton way, in that press conference, made a point of saying that she had never transmitted classified documents on her system. And as I pointed out at the time, it would be almost physically impossible to do that, because you can only access classified documents in the government if you're on the classified system. And they have protections to make sure that you can't, forward them to your private email. The issue here has never been classified documents, which is why she emphasized it so much. It's never been classified, quote-unquote, material. It's always been the information that you get out of classified documents and hear in classified briefings that Mrs. Clinton, as Secretary of State, would have traded in as a regular part of her responsibilities. That information is what ended up on her private email system, and there was no way she couldn't know that it happened or that it had to happen.
And the state-run media will be more concerned with the difference between the Cuds and the Kurds than between classified information and classified documents.
Well, they're kind of lazy, which is why we keep have to. But they're not only lazy; I think they've got skin in the game, as it were. But we got to just keep hammering the point.
Well, Hillary Clinton's spokespeople came back yesterday and said, this is just a lot of noise. We're going through some headwinds right now. She's going to be on NBC Nightly News tonight. Hillary Clinton is doing an exclusive interview.
With Chelsea?
With Andrea Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
And but I don't think we're going to learn anything. And then again, it's timing right before a long 3-day weekend. At 5 o'clock, nobody's even watching local news then.
Yeah, why is Andrea Mitchell doing it? Was Stephanopoulos not available?
Well, they're old girlfriends. They go out to lunch. They do yoga together.
Stephanopoulos is not a girlfriend.
No, but Andrea Mitchell is.
Well, but look, we should be mindful of this point. Everybody always marveled at Bill Clinton's ability to get out of these fixes that he got himself into.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would stress to people is that's because there's a big difference as far as the American people are concerned between removing from power a president who they've elected and buying on to someone who hasn't been elected yet and is sure to give us 4 to 8 years of this kind of scandalous problem. And as a result, I think it's no surprise that Bill who has much more political savvy in any event, was able to escape his messes, and I don't think Ms. Clinton's going to be able to escape her.
You know what Mark Stein, your erstwhile colleague at National Review, said? The Democrats don't care about the corruption so much of the Clintons, but they won't suffer a boring candidate. So Hillary's boring. That's the problem for the Democrats.
Yeah, well, she's personally boring, but she does get into some interesting fixes.
Well, yesterday, her chief of staff on an ancillary issue, Cheryl Mills, she testified behind closed doors to the Republican-led Benghazi committee. And on her way out, she said this.
Obviously, the tragedy that happened in Benghazi was about more than what's happening in this room. It's about the loss of individuals who were dear to the State Department and dear to this country. And we honor them by remembering what happened and doing our best to ensure that that doesn't happen again.
So, Andy McCarthy, what do you think she told congressional members, and what did she tell Trey Gowdy?
Well, first of all, I think she should be telling what she tells publicly. I think it's a mistake to do all this stuff behind closed doors. But that, and by the way, to also have taken 2 years to get to this point. But that aside, I assume that what they asked her about was, not whether we could honor those people by remembering them, but whether we could have protected them better by stepping up security rather than reducing it in the run-up to September 11th, 2012, when there were numerous terrorist events there. And remarkably, Mrs. Clinton's department reduced security rather than adding security. And I imagine she was also grilled on the fraud that was perpetrated on the country when they tried to convince Americans in the run-up to the 2012 election that this was a protest gone bad generated by an anti-Islamic video rather than what was known at the time and what was wholly predictable, which was that it was a terrorist attack by an al-Qaeda offshoot.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you so much, Andy McCarthy, for joining us as always, and have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Andy McCarthy, National Review Online, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Well, my personal emails are my personal business, right?
Bye, Felicia.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, a big win for Brady. A federal judge vacates his 4-game suspension, but will they appeal, and will he ever have to sit on the sidelines?
Yes and yes. Today, would you like some weather here?
Please, yes,
clouds
I do.
and sun with a shower or a thunderstorm, warm and humid, a high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low of 69. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 88. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, a high of 91. And on Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, and afternoon shower or thunderstorm. Thank you, Tommy Skilly. High of 83. And now it's time for a check of traffic with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Bruce and Amy. Good morning. If you're headed to northwest Indiana or southwest lower Michigan, there is a crash on eastbound 94. This is before 421 in Michigan City. 2 left lanes are blocked. You may find a delay headed that way. Chicago expressways mostly lighter than normal. The Edens inbound 19 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. Kennedy 40 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Express lane save you 5. Outbound just a 4-minute delay from Lawrence to Sayre. Inbound Eisenhower 44 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 35. Stevenson, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 39. The Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollways have slight delays, but they're all lighter than normal. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, then you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, Bruce, you men over there. And women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. They take the stem cell from an apple in Switzerland. Oh, it's very unique. Susan wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids, and I use it too.
Can I put
and
it
I
on
love
my
it.
neck? You see,
Yes.
I got the old neck.
Oh,
now.
yeah. Yes, I'll give it to you after the show. And with its instant effects, you will see results in the first 12 hours or your money back, I guarantee it.
Did you have to be so good at that
I'm
turkey?
just very
Okay.
graphic. Call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. Bruce, write this down. 800-525-8323. And if you call now, you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
Hey, one of the reasons we won the Super Bowl in 1985 is because we had a great defense. Hi, this is Mike Ditka. In today's uncertain financial times, you need retirement accounts with defense you can count on. The stock market, it's a roller coaster. It can have a disastrous impact on your retirement. Now, Steve DeJohn and the DeJohn Advisory Team have been growing and protecting retirement accounts for years. Their product of choice, fixed indexed annuities. Now, these are not risky securities on Wall Street. They are insurance products with protection. If the market does well, so does your account. If the market does poorly, your account is protected. The DeJohn Advisory Team offers hundreds of products for your IRAs, 401ks, or any other retirement money. Call 866-515-6669 or visit retainyourgains.com and request their 10-minute DVD. Tell them Coach Ditka sent you. Call now and see which plan is right for you. 866-515-6669. That's 866-515-6669.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Okay, Bruce, saddle up. Brady Deflategate. It has been solved. Yesterday, a federal judge vacated his 4-game suspension. Was that fair? Does that just teach my kiddies it's okay to cheat?
Rising out of the federal courtroom of some Judge Berman comes a decision that will be challenged. I'm the voice of God, Jad Facenda. Here's what happened. Here's what happened in the case. So the judge decides basically on technicalities, procedural technicalities. He says that Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, didn't provide notice to Brady that he could be punished like this for not cooperating with the investigation and also for the offense, which was inflating the balls. Of course, nobody's ever really come across this before. He also didn't like that the NFL investigation came up with this term that Brady had been generally aware of what was going on. So that wasn't enough for the judge. It's going to be appealed. Goodell's got to appeal it because this is really challenging his authority. Last night I saw Dan Hampton, good old number 99 on the Fox thing, and he said there's not a shred of evidence against Brady. No, Dan,
there were text messages and phone calls.
Dan, your knees are shredded, and I'm going to shred them some more. I'm going to chop you down at the knees, Danimal, so that you're my height. I love you, Danimal, but here's the problem. There's plenty of evidence against Brady. There's the text messages between the deflator, and he wasn't called the deflator because he was trying to lose weight. He was deflating. And Tom Brady, you can take judicial notice, Roger Goodell can, that quarterbacks know how inflated a football is. They know a football like they know the back of their hands. Tom Brady was part of this. Now, whether he should be punished or not is another question.
I thought he should have been kicked out of the league.
They should be stripped of the Super Bowl.
Take away his wife and kids,
too. It should be given to the Green Bay Packers.
Well, people in Boston are so excited.
I jumped right out of bed. I was really happy.
Yeah, but you know what I like best about this whole Deflategate? When Tom Brady talked about his balls.
Them round, and some guys like them thin. We'll throw the balls, and, if we like a ball, then we throw it aside. Some guys like them tacky. Some guys like them brand new. Some guys like old balls. I mean, they're all different. And you got to feel them, and you try to go out and you try to use the ones that you like the best. And they also know that how I like the balls.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo that Bob Vila promotes is coming back to the Lake County Fairgrounds September 19th and 20th. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or you're in the market for a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this free 2-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their best products and services. Get fresh ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new fence, deck, gutter protection, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Increase the value of your home and impress your friends and family by getting the hottest home updates. Pick the brains of the experts and hire your next remodeling contractor at the upcoming Home Improvement and Remodeling Expo, September 19th and 20th at the Lake County Fairgrounds in Grays Lake. This is the Home Expo Bob Vila promotes, and admission and parking are free. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Meijer.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. I'm thrilled to tell you about our great selection and prices on stackables, bracelets, mother's rings, and of course our amazing choice of diamond and gold jewelry. Go ahead, Dennis. You're anxious to say something.
It's also gratifying when listeners come in and remember Reno, Donna, and of course yours truly from our Belmont Central store in the old neighborhood. I encourage listeners to bring us their diamonds and fine jewelry because we will buy them at fair prices.
Whether you're a previous customer or a new one, we have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
And no matter where you live in Chicagoland, we are easy to get to and worth the drive. DeVal Jewelers is just south of the Kennedy on Harlem in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200.
That's 708-867-8200, and our website is DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
Was it his Sarah Palin moment? Donald Trump stumbles his way through his foreign policy interview with our very own Hugh Hewitt. You'll hear it next.
And the jobs numbers are in. We'll talk to Jimmy Pethokoukis, economics maven, at 8:18.
But now let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to our very good friend, Mike Scott.
Amy and Bruce, investigators are hoping video may provide additional evidence in a police officer's killing. Mayor Emanuel believes he has enough votes to get a property tax hike. Bears blank the Browns. White Sox rally to top the Twins. Cloudy and humid today with some mixed-in sunshine. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. The unemployment rate has dropped to a new 7-year low, even though there was less hiring than expected last month. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland has the Just Out report live.
The jobless rate now stands at 5.1%, but the economy only added 173,000 new jobs, far below the expectations of around 220,000. Wages did rise in August, but over the past year, they've only increased 2.2%. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate.com.
There's just not enough pressure in the job market right now to boost wages substantially.
The Labor Department says Americans are working harder for their money with longer work weeks on average. Today's jobs report is expected to impact the Federal Reserve's decision on when to raise interest rates. Dave.
Rachel, on Wall Street, futures, they're down big, nearly 300 for the Dow, indicating a sell-off at the opening bell in about a half hour. They're celebrating in Kentucky. Chanting Love Won as a gay couple does get what they need. Now that a county clerk's in jail, no longer blocking their way down the aisle. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso has more live.
William Smith Jr. and James Yates became the first same-sex couple in Rowan County, Kentucky to get a marriage license as Clerk Kim Davis sits in jail in contempt of a federal judge's order to comply with the law. Davis, citing her religion, didn't want her signature on the licenses as required. And now her husband Joe is calling on Democratic Governor Steve Beshear to step in.
As you're supposed to be the governor, you ain't no governor, because you have no backbone.
Federal Judge David Bunning says that Davis could remain in jail for at least a week as he gives her deputies more time to comply. Dave.
Jeff, hours after Donald Trump pledged to stay Republican, not run as an independent if the frontrunner does not win the presidential nomination, Joe Biden says he still doesn't know if he'll join the Democratic race.
I can't look you straight in the eye and say now, I know I can do that.
The vice president at a synagogue last night in Atlanta saying he's not sure he has the emotional energy following the death of his son Beau in May. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly sunny, 72 degrees, 8:02 is our time on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A woman dead, a man critically hurt following a rollover crash on Lakeshore Drive. Police say the accident happened late last night near Sheridan Road when a car flipped over onto a bike path. Home surveillance video of a homeowner turned over to investigators may help in the hunt for the 3 men suspected in the death of a veteran police officer. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force calls the video significant. Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz was fatally shot Tuesday morning. Officials say the funeral for Glinowitz will be held on Monday. A Lake County judge set bail at $100,000 for a woman accused of misdirecting police in their search for those 3 suspected cop killers. 30-year-old Kristen Kiefer, according to prosecutors, made up that story about 2 men trying to get into her car. Mayor Rahm Emanuel says yes, he has no choice but to propose a $500 million in property tax increases, part of next year's budget, according to AM 560's David Stewart.
Says years of financial buck passing combined with pending payments to police and fire pension funds have left the city in a deep hole, and expected help from Springfield has been tied up in the budget impasse. Emanuel says he believes aldermen will support his plan to end the city's downward financial spiral.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
Emanuel's tax hike would add $500 to the annual property tax bill of a $250,000 home. David Stewart, Chicago.
But that is not the only financial pressure being placed on homeowners. Emanuel is expected in the coming weeks to propose a garbage collection fee, trying to generate $100 million more for the city. Chicago sports, White Sox over Minnesota 6-4. Bears blank Cleveland in the NFL preseason 24-zip. 8:03 is our time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here is Gary Baumgarten.
From the Fox Business Network, the Labor Department's jobs report for August is coming out today. Economists predict 220,000 jobs added, with the unemployment rate expected to drop 0.1% to 5.2%. May the force be with you. That is, if you're heading to a toy store today. The release of the new Star Wars movie may still be months away, but Disney is unleashing its full force behind the launch of hundreds of toys and other items related to the film. The massive marketing blitz, which Disney's dubbed Force Friday, spans all kinds of media and includes an 18-hour global unboxing streamed live on YouTube. USA Today is out with many of the best shopping deals to expect this holiday weekend. Appliances from brands like Kenmore and Whirlpool are being sold at 40% off. Stores, including Sears, Home Depot, and Best Buy, are offering free delivery. Summer supplies like grills, canopies, and patio sets up to 50% off. As for purchases to avoid, fall clothing, big screen TVs, and laptops. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Joy Piazza.
It's 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. Switch to SquareTrade Phone Protection instead and start saving hundreds of dollars. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month. Plus, up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade Phone Protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
SquareTrade!
8:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Fox Lake, there's a crash reported on 134 east of Wilson. The Edens Expressway right now, it's 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Inbound a little heavy approaching the junction. The Kennedy has pretty heavy delays from Montrose to the Burn Circle. 47 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 37 from Montrose, 28 in the Express. Outbound, just a 4-minute delay, Lawrence to Sayre. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 31. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 39. Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, heavy Ogden to 31st, from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Eastbound Adams Tollway, a little tight, 2E to lead. Reagan Tollway looking good. Veterans Memorial. Northbound slow 63rd to the Reagan Tollway and Lake to 290. Southbound heavy North Avenue to St. Charles. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Let's get the latest on your morning forecast. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Warm and humid today with intervals of clouds and sunshine, along with a shower or thunderstorm around. High of 84. A shower or thunderstorm in the area tonight, otherwise partly cloudy and humid, low 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
69 at O'Hare, 68 along the lake, 73 at Midway, and a 65 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy, with our special guest Bruce Wolf, continuing next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Persistent questions over Hillary Clinton's emails will go unanswered by the former aide who helped set up her server. He's decided to take the fifth before Congress, even as a longtime Clinton advisor testified today.
Here is your pledge.
Under whose authority are you not issuing license?
I simply told you all I'm willing to face my consequences as you all will face your consequences when it comes time for judgment.
We don't have consequences.
Plain and
I don't believe
simple.
it. Not everybody believes what you
That's
believe.
your choice.
If you're asking me, do I believe we'll get it done? The short answer is yes, because I actually believe the aldermen are up to the task of charting a new course for Chicago's future.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good Friday morning and welcome back to the Dan and Amy Show with special guests. Filling in for Dan Proft this week, or just for a few days, has been Bruce Wolf. Thanks for coming in, Bruce.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, busy week. Donald Trump and our very own Hugh Hewitt, our brother in sound, making news. Was it the Sarah Palin moment or was it a gotcha moment? 312-642-5600. Yesterday, Hugh Hewitt sat down with Donald Trump to ask him about foreign policy matters, and does he know the difference between different dictators and Islamic leaders?
Are you familiar with General Soleimani?
Yes. I go ahead. Give me a little. Go ahead. Tell me.
He runs the Quds forces.
Yes. Okay. Right.
Do you expect
and I
his
think the
behavior?
Kurds, by the way, have been horribly mistreated by us.
No, not the Kurds. The Quds forces, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Quds forces, the bad guys.
Right.
Do you expect his behavior to change as a result?
Kurds.
No. Kurds.
I'm sorry. I thought you said Kurds. Because I think the Kurds have been very poorly treated by us. Go ahead.
Agreed.
So he clearly could not answer the question.
He had no idea who General Soleimani was.
And he had no idea who
He
the
didn't have time
Kurds
to
were.
Google it.
No, he didn't. So, I mean, this is just for me personally, because I am not a Trump supporter. People know that. He has little experience dealing with foreign governments, and he is always boasted about his global outreach.
This is like knowing who. Last night was the Bears. Last night was the Bears' fourth preseason game.
Yeah, and I know,
and there
and
were
they
a
won
bunch of people in
24-0.
laundry with different names on them, and it doesn't matter. They're fungible turkeys. Who cares who these Middle East people are?
Because we are about to sign an Iranian nuclear deal, and General Soleimani is in charge of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So he wants to know, is this deal going to help him? How is he going to react to it? And Donald Trump doesn't even know who he is. Plus, he doesn't know the difference between Hezbollah and
what
are you paying
hummus, which you put on a cracker.
Hamas.
Yeah, right.
Last question. So the difference between Hezbollah and Hamas does not matter to you yet, but it will.
It will when it's appropriate. I will know more about it than you know, and believe me, it won't take me long.
Police.
I love him.
312-642-5600.
He's
Why
setting the
do you
media
love this
on
guy?
its ear. Remember, the triumvirate that runs this country: big corp, big government, big media. And Hugh Hewitt's great, but wait till Mark Stein comes on Hugh Hewitt's show and because Mark Stein's better than Hugh Hewitt. And Mark Stein is going to give Hugh an earful because Mark Stein was the guy who said when Rick Perry fumbled on that, he couldn't remember which cabinet department he was going to get rid of. The presidency is not a frickin' game show. We turn it into that. Donald Trump, I disagree with him on a lot of the issues. I think he needs to learn David Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage.
He's just barking out sound bites.
No, he is not.
He's of no substance.
He has brought to the fore the immigration issue. And if a country without borders is not a country at all. And he is also spitting right back in the face of the media. And when he says he's going to learn it when he needs to learn it, you remember that Will Ferrell routine on Saturday Night Live when he played George Bush and he was trying to come up with all the names of the dictators and you could see, the glaze in his eyes and he managed to
Right, yeah, okay.
Spit out the names of the dictators.
I think it was his Sarah Palin moment because remember when Katie Couric interviewed Sarah Palin? Listen.
And when it comes to establishing your worldview, I was curious, what newspapers and magazines did you regularly read before you were tapped for this to stay informed and to understand the
I've
world?
read most of them, again, with a great appreciation for the press, for the media.
But like what ones specifically? I'm curious that you...
all of them, any of them that have been in front of me over all these years.
And Katie Couric, by the way, who had Jeff Zucker in her earpiece while she was touring the White House and telling her, that one's Hillary,
Right.
and that
I don't
one's
want to
Bill.
get off the deep. I don't want to. No ancillary issues on Katie Couric and going through the White House. I don't care about that right now. But you're on alert. Be warned. Donald Trump because Hugh Hewitt is going to be a moderator in the next CNN debate, which takes place September 16th, and he's going to ask him questions about foreign leaders.
Last question, I want to go back to the beginning, because I really do disagree with you on the gotcha question thing, Donald Trump. At the debate, I may bring up Nasrallah being with Hezbollah and Al Jawlani being with al-Nusra and al-Masri being with Hamas. Do you think if I ask people to talk about those three things and the differences, that's a gotcha question?
Yes, I do. I totally do. I think
that's interesting. I just disagree with it. I kind of figured that.
I think it's ridiculous. I'm a delegator. I find great people. I find absolutely great people, and I'll find them in our armed services, and I find absolutely great people. And now, in the bigger picture, like the fact that the Kurds are being treated so poorly, and would really is the one group that really would be out there fighting for us, I think, and fighting for themselves, maybe more importantly to them. I understand that, but when you start throwing around names of people and where they live, and give me their address, I think it's ridiculous.
Trump reminds me of me when I would have a final exam in school in a blue book, and I always, whatever the question was, I would conform it to whatever answer I had. So Al Nasrallah, Al Kaline played for the Tigers, and Al Franken was with Saturday Night Live.
Well, these are a little bit more serious matters. Of course, Donald Trump on Morning Joe moments ago bashed Hugh Hewitt because that's what he does.
Sounds like you're prepared to accept this deal if it goes through and work to implement it rather than trying to undo it. Have I got that right?
Well, you do have it right. And, by the way, when you say Quds versus Kurds, I thought he said Kurds, this third-rate radio announcer that I did a show. It was like, got you. Every question was, do I know this one and that one? And, it was like he worked hard on that.
You know why he's lying? Because he was asked, do you know what about General Soleimani? And he was basically saying, please tell me who he is. And then he said Quds. If he knew who General Soleimani was, he would have known it was Quds, not Kurds. So Trump is actually lying right there. But I don't even care that he lies.
Let's go to Joe, who joins us. No, there's no accountability. Let's go to Joe, who joins us on the Northwest Side. Good morning, Joe.
Hi, Amy. Hey. We have a president now who didn't even know how many United States there were.
He made a mistake. He said 52
but
states.
Here's the point: is that nobody knows everything. That's why they have people who help them. Like Donald Trump was saying, he will have people who, diplomats and all that, who help him do his job, just like Obama does. They all do it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Steve, who joins us also from the Northwest Side. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Good morning. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not my number one choice for the president. But I'll tell you what, he doesn't need to know who the general of the Quds is. I want to know what he's going to do, and so far what he said, I like. So if my guy doesn't get in, I'll be quite content to see Donald Trump win the presidency.
All right, thanks, Steve.
I like him.
Let's go to Eve in Arlington Heights. Good afternoon. Good morning, Eve. How are you?
Hi there. I wanted to ask you why you're focusing on Trump, who is bluffing his knowledge. Keeps saying he's going to get people to take care of it, but he doesn't know what the people need to know. When you're not doing anything with Fiore, who absolutely answered every one of those questions, knew who they were, what the implications were to us, what they controlled, and what that meant to the United States.
You mean Carly Fiorina?
Correct.
Yes.
You called her Fiorina. Martha McCallum in the undercard debate before the big debate that night with Trump and all the other ones, she referred to her as Carly. Is that part of the sisterhood or whatever? I thought it was a sexist kind of thing to do.
No. Again, where are you going with this?
I'm going with we talk to women like that by their first names. I used to do it in a derogatory fashion, with sports. I'd say call her Martina and Chrissy because, I'm a misogynist. But, who's Martha McCallum?
All right, let's go to Owen, who joins us from Willenbrook. Good morning, Owen.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Bruce. Good to hear you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Amy, hey, I thought that was such a ridiculous question to ask Trump. And like you said, he's a delegator. I can remember when Obama was elected president. Right after that, he was on a baseball. He was at a baseball game, and he couldn't pronounce Comiskey Park. And they asked him who his favorite White Sox player was. After he said it was his favorite team, he couldn't name a White Sox player. So it's so ridiculous and such a setup that
why is it a setup? And thank you for the call, but why is it set up? Miss Carly Fiorina sounded confident, patient, and informed when she answered the same question about General Soleimani and the Quds. I mean, she knew the difference between the Kurds and the Quds and Hezbollah and Hamas. I mean, come on, guys. You're making excuses for this man because you are so in love with him. It makes me crazy. And speaking of crazy, let's go to Sean in Elmwood Park. Good morning, Sean.
Yeah, that's exactly. I'll take the crazy pin any day of the week. If the opposite of being crazy is pretending that the evening before news broke of John Kerry and Joe Biden receiving millions of dollars from an Iranian lobbyist that gets swept under the rug. But now these other divisions of Islamo-Nazis, all of who are benefactors of the so-called Arab Spring by the Duchess of Chaffington. And that goes away too. So are you supposed to keep track of the different ways these inbred Islamo-Nazis keep naming themselves and killing our people with our equipment and our money? Is that more important than who General Yabba Dabba Doo is or whatever other name they want to call themselves? They are theocrats, killing in the name of a false god that can never be satisfied. So if that makes me crazy, then suit me up for the straitjacket, because the opposite of crazy is pretending you're in touch with these frauds, slip and fall attorney failures we call politicians.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. I got your straight jacket ready to go. I think you wear a large long.
You can't name the third one? The third agency of government, yeah. I would do away with the education, the commerce, and let's see, I can't. The third one I can't. Sorry. Oops.
Our leaders are stupid.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
3-day weekend is upon us. What's the weather going to be like, Bruce?
Energy. I finally came up with the answer. Department of Energy. Today it's going to be cloudy and sun with a shower or thunderstorm, warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low of 69. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 88. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, high of 91. And Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid. An afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. Now it's time for the traffic with Jim Talamonte.
Thank you, Bruce and Amy. Good morning. Kennedy inbound. Stop and go Lawrence to the Burns Circle in downtown Chicago. It's 40 minutes, so O'Hare to downtown. 28 from Montrose, 25 on the Express. Heavy on the Ohio feeder. Outbound, it's a 5-minute delay Lawrence to Sayre. Eden's inbound, a little heavy approaching the junction. Outbound, it's fine. Von Eisenhower, 47 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, fine at 29. On Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39. Orion is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive. Southbound, slow Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound from around Soldier Field to Jackson. The tollways have only very slight delays. Northwest Indiana, the only issue is eastbound 94 before 421. There's a crash now on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
At LifeQuotes.com, you can compare the rates of 50 top-rated life insurance companies in seconds. A healthy 40-year-old male can now apply for $500,000 of high-quality term life insurance for less than $22 per month. A $1 million policy can cost as little as $33 per month. Females pay even less. The LifeQuotes.com price comparison service is online, private, and convenient. And if your health history is less than perfect, our rater can handle up to 35 common illnesses such as elevated cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and more. We make it easy to search the market in seconds, view the lowest possible rates, and apply online to the company of your choice. 300,000 people have saved money buying life insurance policies through LifeQuotes.com because they liked our direct style of doing business. Visit LifeQuotes.com today to see how much you could save.
847-926-0700. This number can bring thousands of extra dollars right to your pocket. The Art House Gallery is back in Chicago. Do you have any jewelry or diamonds, silver, or antiques, paintings, porcelain, Fabergé, high-end pocket or wristlet watches, Rolex, Patek Philippe, IWC, Cartier, Tiffany, or Breitling? If you do, call the Art House Gallery now at 847-926-0700 and get your cash today. Meet in their office in Highland Park park or in the privacy of your own home or bank. Call now, 847-926-0700.
Hey guys, Mike Moylan of Smart Money Talk, and I'm his co-host, Rob Curvin. Join Robert and me each week for intellectual discussions on your wealth acumen.
Translation? Join us each week for Smart Money Talk with Mike and Rob.
Smart Money Talk brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, helping you achieve financial security.
Send your questions to smartmoneytalk.net. That's smartmoneytalk.net. Then start your morning with Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and me, Rob Curvin.
Saturday mornings at 6, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This summer was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
It's fantastic. My husband is loving the product. I'm so happy that I ordered it.
Yeah, I haven't got sick in a year, first time in my life.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The
Answer. Welcome back. Amy Jacobson, Bruce Wolf filling in for Dan Proft yesterday and today, so thanks so much for that. And job numbers are in, and with the latest we go to...
Jimmy Pethokoukis of the American Enterprise Institute, is that right,
Yes,
Jim?
AEI.
Yeah. And
Jim,
all
that is true.
I am proud to say that I have been retweeted by Jim Pethokoukis.
Wow.
And
you are loved, Bruce. Let's predicate your happiness on other people's tweets.
I guess we added 173,000 jobs, and the unemployment rate went down from 5.3 to 5.1. I'd like to know, Jim, how many am I joined by in the non-participation rate? Are there 55 million other men or 56 million other men?
First, I always like to say that I am honored that I can be involved in a Twitter conversation with Bruce Wolf.
Thank you, Jim.
I'm not sure I need to say anything more than that, because that will be the most important thing I say all day. But if I was going to say one more thing, there are a lot of people not working in this country, and the part that's really sort of concerning is the unemployment rate dropped. 5.1%. We may be on the way to a sub 5% employment rate. Traditionally, that's pretty darn good, and the Fed would say that this is about full employment. But if you look at men, which should be their peak working age, 25 to 54, the number of men with any kind of job at all, that has not been budging. To me, that's a sign that this job market isn't what it should be. The economy isn't what it should be. And even though some of these top-line numbers may look good, and they certainly have improved, we have a long ways to go, and government officials should be talking about one thing overall, which is how to get this economy growing faster.
Well, how are the job numbers going to affect the U.S. stock index futures?
Listen, on the margin, if you think that this number, since it's the jobs number is a little bit low, that may make it slightly less likely that the Fed tightens in September rather than later in the year. Maybe slightly bad for stocks. Of course, again, I would not advise buying and selling stocks based on any particular job number or anything like that. I think what's more interesting is how the economy may be shaping up for 2016, in which, if there was a big analysis out this week of looking at economic projections, jobs, incomes, and what it said is that when you take everything together, Republicans actually should be a slight favorite in 2016, given the state of the economy, if it kind of keeps on going the way it's been going.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy Pethokoukis. See, this is why I had Bruce introduce you, because I butcher your name all the time, and I was raised by a Greek. And listen, do you want to help me pronounce your name, Jimmy?
In Greece, it'd be unpronounceable. Here, it's just Pethokoukis.
Some days it's hard to be blonde. Thanks, Jimmy P.
All right, go get him.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now, and if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under Testimonials and Tales of Wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with those migraine headaches, get your insulin under control, feel more energetic, maybe having better sex, get that libido in gear again, discover why you eat for every emotion, and then get it under control? On medication and want to be off of it? Whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Jack, financial planner at the area's largest local bank, income $350,000 a year, called to do a cash-out refinance. David helped Jack combine his first loan, HELOC, and take out $80,000 to pay his kid's private school. David asked Jack why he didn't use the supposed mortgage experts at his bank. And Jack told David he trusted him more than anyone in his bank's mortgage department. If you're thinking of calling a big bank for your mortgage, ask yourself this question. If a financial planner making $350K a year doesn't trust the mortgage experts at his bank, why should you? If you or somebody you know is looking to do a cash-out refinance, call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email him David at PERLDavid.com or visit his website, AM560David.com. That's AM560David.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage, license 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186, pearlmortgage.com/licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
I cannot stop laughing over this text message we received on our turnkey.pro text line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick question. This one from the 815 area code. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I'm at the Mars Cheese Castle in Wisconsin, and the Kurds are being treated very well.
Very right.
Thank you.
If you go a little further north,
Too soon!
You'll get the cuts. That's
Coming
right.
up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, good old Chet Kopic will be here to talk about Tom Brady and about his new book on Doug Buffon. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Got to go north of Sheboygan to get those. 72 outside, partly sunny skies. And we're following developments in Rowan County, Kentucky this morning, now issuing marriage licenses, they say, to gay couples after Rowan County Clerk Kim Davis went to jail yesterday for refusing to issue licenses to same-sex couples because of her religious beliefs. A memorial service for a murdered Harris County, Texas sheriff's deputy is later this morning. Thousands of law enforcement officers, politicians, and others gathering at Houston's Second Baptist Church to remember Deputy Darren Goforth. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump says, yes, he will take the pledge to support the Republican Party and ensure that he will not run as an independent or third-party candidate.
The best way for the Republicans to win is if I win the nomination and go directly against whoever they happen to put up. And for that reason, I have signed the pledge.
The GOP frontrunner making that announcement after meeting with RNC Chairman Reince Priebus. Tom Brady's lawyer says the Patriots quarterback looking forward to getting back on the field now that his Deflategate suspension has been overturned. His attorney is Jeffrey Kessler.
This was never a major issue in the NFL until 2012, when the current commissioner started in what I will call a rampage of exceeding his authority.
And this morning, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says he will not be in Foxborough, Massachusetts for next week's season opener between the Patriots and Steelers. A woman is dead, a man in critical condition following a rollover crash on Lakeshore Drive. The accident happening near Sheridan Road when that car flipped over onto a bike path. Home surveillance video a homeowner turned over to investigators may help in the hunt for 3 men suspected in the murder of a veteran Fox Lake police officer, Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz. And authorities are still on the hunt for a convicted robber who escaped at an Illinois rest stop as he was heading back to prison in California. Prison officials there say a private company was transporting 35-year-old Joshua Drinnan back from a court hearing in Tennessee when he managed to get out of his restraints, scale a fence, and run into a cornfield at an I-80 rest stop near Princeton. This morning, air and ground searches continue. Chicago sports, White Sox over Minnesota 6-4, the NFL preseason over. After the Bears were winners over Cleveland 24-0, now the hard work is done, getting that roster down to 53. The news service of Cabela's and Cabela's Fall Great Outdoors Days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details and don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we haven't seen the last of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden huddling with Elizabeth Warren at his residence over the weekend unexpectedly. He summoned Elizabeth Chief Pocahontas Warren. I'm telling you, I've been saying it all along. Joe Biden's going to run. Get ready for a Biden-Warren ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-9257. That's 1-800-400-9257.
Hey guys, if you're into fantasy football, you've got to check out FanDuel.com. At FanDuel, you play in 1-week fantasy football leagues for real money with immediate cash payouts. You only play when you want, and you can change your team any week. FanDuel's paying out over $75 million a week this season. Plus, right now, FanDuel is giving you a bonus of up to $200 that gets earned as you play. For every dollar you deposit, FanDuel will match it up to $200. Go to FanDuel.com and enter the promo code 4422. That's FanDuel.com. Promo code 4422.
It's Feldco's biggest sale. All windows, siding, and doors installed for free. That's right. All windows installed for free. All doors installed for free. All siding installed for free. Buy now and pay later with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 1 year. It's Feldco's biggest sale. Hurry, Feldco's free installation ends Monday. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
8:37 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In the Fox Lake area, there's a crash on 134 east of Wilson, and 134 is closed there. Inbound Kennedy, stop and go Lawrence to the Burn Circle. 37 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 25 from Montrose. 20 in the Express. Outbound, just a 3-minute delay central to Sayre. Eden's inbound, a little heavy approaching the junction. Outbound, it's fine. Inbound Eisenhower. It's 45 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound now clear. The Ryan, 26 minutes, 95 to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, heavy Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound, Soldier Field to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, little slow at 290. The other tollways have cleared up. No delays to report in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm around. Warm and humid again today, high 84. Currently 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next with our special guest, Bruce Wolf, on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Tabota, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Chet Kopic. You know, I used to watch him when I was a kid growing up the mean streets of Mount Prospect.
Yeah.
I'd say, turn on Channel 5. I got to watch Chet, and John Coleman was there.
But he was so tall that the camera only came up like to his shoulders.
No, we did not.
Yeah, Chet's a tall drink of water.
I know, but so am I. And with that, we welcome the big, tall drink of water,
that
Chet
big, tall
Kopic.
rock candy mountain, Chet Kopic.
Good morning, Chet. How are you?
The big, tall drink of water is thrilled to be on with two broadcast luminaries in Amy Jacobson. Amy, I was just grooving all night long last night on YouTube watching you sing Stand Back. Bruce, my gosh, son of a gun, you and I together, that's about 144 years of broadcast experience.
It's gross, in other words, 144. Okay.
All right, so we wanted to start with you with Deflategate and Tom Brady. That federal judge vacated the 4-game suspension. Does that teach the little kiddies that it's okay to cheat, or should Roger Goodell never have brought this on in the first place?
Well, I think, Amy, in the bigger picture, Goodell becomes the issue. I think he looks painfully weak. I think he looks as if his legal team took him down the wrong path. I for one, I made this comment yesterday. I think that led by Robert Kraft, who's a very powerful owner within the infrastructure of the NFL, I'm not going to be surprised if this winds up costing Goodell his job. Because in my opinion, the NFL doesn't like to be embarrassed, number one. Number two, Goodell has looked just painfully weak in this Deflategate situation. His tactics have appeared to be marginal. His legal team obviously took the wrong course. Judge Berman didn't buy into what they were offering. And, the NFL just doesn't like to look bad. So I think I'm not going to be surprised at all if we talk 1 year from today that the National Football League has a brand new commissioner.
Chet, I'm no attorney. Oh, wait a minute, I am. Here's the thing.
No, that being said, you are no attorney.
Right, exactly.
Were you a litigator?
I was. I was actually a litigator, short time. But Chet once did a broadcast in my law office.
Oh.
Years. He doesn't even remember this. It was years ago. Anyway,
this must have been memorable.
Chet, but Brady did it, didn't he? He knew.
Well, sure, he did, Bruce. But I mean,
Okay.
in the scheme of sports, much like law or much like school teaching for that reason, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I really have no issue with Tom Brady deflating a football. I mean, it's part and parcel. I mean, look at the National Football League. I mean, look at teams that send out players every week that are banged up and should be in hospital beds, or look at any league that says a player has a lower body injury. I mean, the fact is these guys, for the most part, in all sports leagues, are looked upon as being glorified cattle. And does this teach little Tommy in his little league football league out in Ames, Iowa, that it's okay to cheat? I suppose it does in a roundabout way, but I don't know. It just seems to me like the whole thing was so silly, and why the National Football League let it get involved to this point is absolutely just beyond me. I mean, count your money, enjoy your TV revenue, enjoy the Super Bowl. What are you worried about Tom Brady for? For God's sakes, he's one of the biggest attractions you have in the league. He's as big to the NFL as Paul McCartney is to rock and roll.
Yeah, well, we're lucky we don't have to cheer for the Patriots because we're Bear fans. And speaking of Bear fans, you have a new book out called Doug Buffone, Monster of the Midway, My 50 Years with Chicago Bears, as told by Chet Kopic and forwarded by Dan Hampton. Did Doug Buffone, how much of a part of was he in this book before he passed away?
Well, it's interesting, Amy, and also really very sad. Doug and I got done with the manuscript on April 13th, and 7 days later he passed away. And what we wanted to do was, I had been after Doug for about 10 years to write a book. Mm-hmm. And he was very much opposed, as was I, to writing a book that was going to be chronological. we thought the book should be about happenstance, occurrence, the outrageousness of that particular era of Chicago Bears he played with. We wanted to make sure that people understood what George Halas was all about, and Gale and Butkus and Walter Payton, along with the fact that, in later years, while he had a partial ownership in Gibson's Restaurant, Doug became obviously a prolific radio performer. So it's a book designed to make people laugh. It's got some pathos. There will be moments when you might get misty-eyed. And quite frankly, Amy, you know me, and I'm really very humble and very modest. I would say the book rates about 3 notches above Catcher in the Rye.
Let me ask you. Well, Salinger was a dumbass. Because I got to tell you something, Chet. I mean, he wrote Catcher in the Rye, and then he sat and watched The Virginian on Channel 5 for 40 years after that. But here's the thing: among the number 55s in Bears history, you're talking an Otis Wilson, you're talking Lance Briggs, who's just retired now, and he's going to be a broadcaster. A Doug Buffone. Where does Buffone rank among the number 55s in Bear history?
I got to be frank. I can't lie. I mean, Doug didn't have the wheels of Lance Briggs. Didn't have the impact at the point of contact that Otis Wilson had. So I would say he's probably number 3. But Bruce, here's something I wanted to get across in the book that you would obviously recognize with your long and extensive background in sports was. This guy never got the accolades he deserved. I mean, he comes out of a hick town in western Pennsylvania called Yatesboro. It's a mining town. His dad was a miner. He gets a scholarship to Louisville. He plays both sides of the ball. He becomes an MVP in the Senior Bowl. And he arrives in Chicago, and no matter what he did on any given Sunday, and one year this guy had 18 sacks. The 4 sacks were being recorded, but when you talk about the linebacking position during the time Doug was playing, it was always about Dick Butkus. Good morning.
Right, he was Pippin. He was Pippin Butkus's Jordan, and Doug lasted so long in the NFL.
He lasted 14 years, and the irony is, even Doug knew it was time to leave. Yet, as we point out in the book, Jim Banks wanted to sign him. Jim, being general manager of the Bears at that time, wanted to sign him for 2 more years. So Doug really could have played 16 years in the NFL. But I mean, part of the beauty and part of the poetry of Doug is this. Now, in his later years, as we were doing the book, he had slowed down physically. His knees were bad. His ankles were bad. He had a bit of anemia. Doug and his wife, Dana, lived in a tri-level home, and for the most part, Doug just stayed on the bottom level because it was too hard to walk the stairs. But fortunately, unlike so many ball players that we are seeing today, the guy's mental faculties were as sharp as they could be, and his recall was terrific. So this was something where 2 guys, Kopic and Buffone, who've known each other for, 45 years. You can imagine that. Really just sat down and we just conversed back and forth and put it together as we saw fit. And I think it's a book that Bears fans will get a great kick out of. We're going to be signing, by the way, Dana, Doug's wife, and I will be signing Buffone Monster in Midway at the south end of Soldier Field before kickoff at halftime and during the 4th quarter when presumably the game is already over.
I was going to say sign it during the Bears' first series.
For the first Bears game, you're going to be there all season.
After the first Bears 3-0, we will resume signing aggressively.
Well, Chet, I've got to. Well, you know what I think about you, but I loved Fat Guy Shouldn't Be Dancing at Halftime, and your last book, Laying It on the Line. It was such a refreshing read, and congratulations on your latest book. And next time, I always see it at the gym, but we want you to start participating at the gym. Don't just watch our spin classes. Get involved.
No, Chet exercises through osmosis. Chet and I were once on the cover of North Shore magazine from the East Bank Club.
We were sitting.
We sat there.
I have that cover hanging here in my condo.
So do I. I mean, it's just we're sitting there and we're both, wondering when are we going to exercise.
I'm going to need a copy of that. All right, thanks so much, Chet Kopic, for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Take good care. You're the best.
Thank you.
All right, and he joined us on our Turnkey.pro Get Exercising line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Just in time for Labor Day weekend. Is it okay to pee in the pool? Bruce Wolf will have your answer. But first, Bruce Wolf's going to have your forecast.
Today, it's going to be cloudy and sun with a shower or thunderstorm. Warm and humid, high of 84. Tonight, partly cloudy, warm and humid with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tomorrow, very warm and humid with sun and some clouds, high of 88. Sunday, hot and humid with some sun, high of 91. And Monday, Labor Day, mostly cloudy, warm and humid, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, high of 83. Now for a check of traffic, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Chet. We go live to the inbound Eden Stop and Go Golf to Dempster. There's a car fire there. The right lane is blocked. You're looking at about a 5-minute delay. The outbound side is clear. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Lawrence. 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound is 23. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound, it's fine. Stevenson, 42 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound clear. The Rhine is 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive has only slight delays. Southbound Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound around Soldier Field to Jackson. The tollways are good. And then Fox Lake 134 has reopened east of Wilson Road after a crash. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, Carlos Danger. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. Illinois by the numbers this week, 214. Find out why that number is important. And with each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson and Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. And we won't go after your customers directly. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson and Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson and Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson and Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
It's something we've probably never talked about here on the airwaves at AM 560, The Answer. But, Labor Day weekend, it's going to be hot outside. So hot, milk was a bad choice. And people always want to know, is it okay to pee in a pool? Bruce, you brought this to my attention early this morning. I've been chomping at the bit all day wondering, what is the answer? Is it okay to pee in a pool?
Here's the problem. According to Professor Ernest R. Blatchley III from Purdue University, hereinafter to be referred to as PU, he has this to say. The urine itself is probably nothing to worry about. But the fact is that urine contains a lot of organic nitrogen that's going to react with chlorine, and the products of those reactions are sometimes pretty unpleasant. They include things like cyanogen chloride, which has been used as a chemical warfare agent.
Oh.
In other words, this is nothing short of being like in Syria when you're in a swimming pool, according to me.
Hey.
No, what he says, that was my addition to that. He says the concentrations that are present in pools and perhaps more importantly in the air above pools are obviously a lot lower than some military organization would use in a chemical warfare attack. There's a group of other compounds called chloramines that are responsible for the odor associated with chlorinated pools, and they also cause irritation to your eyes, skin, and respiratory system. So the combination of all that is something that I would say, just watch out there, Amy. So just be careful. It's like chemical warfare being in a swimming pool.
I know. Well,
Yes.
my eyes get just bloodshot red every time I swim now. So I try to swim in pools that are bromine. It's a different type of chlorine, so it doesn't irritate your skin. And it's not as painful as this that you're bringing to me this morning. But the big rumor always going around when I was a kid is that they put special chemicals in the pool so that if you pee, a cloud of red smoke will follow you.
Right.
Have you heard that before?
Well, yeah, it's the same thing that they used on, I believe it was the NBC or Fox hockey broadcasts that would follow the puck.
Oh, they
to
did.
make it
Yeah, I
become
remember
red.
that. Yeah, that didn't last long, did it?
Well, no, occasionally they still use it. And they use that on golf telecasts as well to show you the track of the ball. So
The
that's a way
trajectory of the ball, the trajectory of the bee.
Exactly.
So have you ever done it?
No. I would not do that to anybody else, to my brethren in the pool. I would hold it in.
Me too.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
I would never, ever.
I was a
pee in
lifeguard.
the
I had to
pool.
clean the pool.
Oh.
You don't want to know what I found in a pool filter. It looked like a candy bar, a Baby Ruth.
Are you sure that this is completely necessary? Necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? Probably not. No, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
I love it.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Sumeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC, and you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
You know, when it's this hot out, milk might be a bad choice.
It's so damn hot. Milk was a bad choice.
And if you don't have air conditioning or if your air conditioning's broken, you want to have a pillow from My Pillow. You know why? Because you can throw it in the washer and dryer when it gets dirty and be able to sleep on it the very next night. My Pillow helps with insomnia, neck pain, allergies, and more. Plus, it's washable, as I mentioned, and it conforms to your neck and back so you will get the best sleep ever. 60-day full money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty, American-made. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Oh, the superlatives. So this is what you do. Go to MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one, or you could call 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Jack with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Well, we've had a wonderful time in our AM 560 The Answer studios. Thank you so much, Bruce Wolf, for sitting in for Dan Proft for the last couple of days.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's so good seeing you again. We used to work together at the old Peacock, so it's good seeing you. And also, more importantly than your visit, is today or this weekend is Cesar Perez, our executive producer. It is his 30th birthday.
Happy birthday
to Cesar Perez.
Happy birthday to you.
Cha-cha-cha.
Happy birthday,
dear Caesar. Happy birthday to you.
Cha-cha-cha.
Thanks also to David Stripling. And we didn't even rehearse that. And now we go back into the newsroom and say
No, we
hello
did not.
to Mike Scott.
We're watching hot and humid conditions weather-wise today as the Bears blanked the Browns last night. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. How's the economy? Well, it depends on how you look at today's job report. Unemployment is
Here's the blog that Lemon sent.
So really easy for you. What you'll see on the screen here is when he's got a caller up, obviously they have that person's name on the screen. And it'll look something like that when they're on hold. Okay. Their name will be over here.
So there he is right now, right?
Right, so there's Sandak right now on line 1. So when you're ready to put him on the air, you just touch the box where the check mark is, and it'll look like an arrow like that, and now he'd be on the air. So this line's on the air now, but if you hit it for Ron, he'd be on the air on line 1.
Yes. And then to end it,
when you end it, just hit the little dot right here, and that hangs up on him. Now be aware, when he's on hold right now, for example, what he's hearing on hold is the station program feed. So he's hearing Mike Gallagher on the air right now. So when you bring him onto a segment, you might want to punch him up a couple seconds early so he can hear the setup for what you say to him. Now joining us now, State Representative Ron Sandak. Ron, whatever. Push it before you get to that. That way he can hear the wind up. Otherwise, he's just going, "What's going on?" I just hear silence all of a sudden.
Yeah, Dan always brings him on before the segment. So bring it on.
Right, before we start actually recording.
Yeah, just tell him to sit tight or whatever,
Yeah, we're about a minute away or so. Hit tight.
Okay.
They just asked Ron to call back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
All right, let me get some headphones.
Anything else, Drew? That's it?
That should be about it. That really is. That's all Dan does is that right there.
Well,
That's all his good
we
for.
knew he was right.
I mean, now that we've figured that out, who needs
I've
Dan
had this
anymore?
impression of these huge production values. Thank you. And we're about to find out how important it is. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure I can see you.
Yeah.
You want me here? Okay.
Yeah, we've moved from that because the cameras don't.
By the way, this is going to be so much better looking at Kristen than Dan. Can I say these jokes on the air? I thought it was funny to me.
Wow.
That was nicely played, though. That was nicely played. What a prick you are.
Yeah, you can. There should be one on the other side of it.
Oh, right here. Like you want to.
To like give you cues. He'll raise his hand when there's. So your first segment usually goes about 10 minutes.
So what is? Give me what cues you're going to give me.
I'll just give you like a straightforward. If like there's 1 minute left.
So this is 1 minute.
Yeah, and I can give you points.
And then you can give me a break when there's a few seconds left.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably right there would be
there.
ideal.
Okay. You want to move? Why don't you sit here?
Kristen, my eyes are getting worse and worse. It's so much harder to read stuff.
Right. I don't want to block Kristen.
My glasses too,
Right.
as
So
you say
let's
that.
wait for him to
So I can't see the callers, the call screen.
Yes. I'm told that's all going to happen magically. Actually, you'll be able to. I think you do have a screen where you can see it.
Over here, actually, Kristen, we can kind of scoot over a little bit. That's where the callers will be on and the guests will be on.
You got coffee? You got coffee, Jen?
I got coffee. Thank you.
Kristen, you want your coffee or anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you going to change your name?
I could.
Right.
If it helps the callers, I'll do whatever it takes, really.
Drew Hayes. You could go by that.
You know what? I don't know.
I think that's taken.
Is that
Taken.
taken?
I'm not sure I want to.
Well, could I have some of that when you're done?
Yes. You need to sparkle.
It's all about how you apply it, remember?
Look what I have over here.
Yeah. Look what I have over here. You get out of control. I have my gun with me. I'm kidding. I don't have a gun, just so you know.
You have something more powerful than that. You got that.
That's right. I have a microphone.
You have a microphone and you have the airwaves. You want some of the articles, Twitter one.
Yeah, I'll take that.
The white notebook that's up. Does that
I read it, but it's good to have it here. I actually pulled a quote from that. My favorite thing in that one is where is that? Oh, where is that?
Close those blinds right there.
I'm about to climb the Civic Center and do some lines on the roof. Who's in? One tweet read. But artists said Daniel essentially stole his likeness and sold his reputation with the tweets. Artists also argued that users would not have been able to tell the account was a joke. So people must think he's a line doer on rooftops.
Oh my
What a
God.
Where are you going to be? Like right here?
Wherever is good for John to see me. So, and then I'm not blocking Kristen.
So right there's fine.
Right here, yeah. We'll get you set up right here.
Nobody.
Now, do we have to be careful about saying like this week because this is going to air Sunday?
This is going to air Sunday, so
Don't
you can say this past
today.
week. You
Okay.
can say this past week or last Wednesday the vote.
Okay.
You still want to say